Chapter 17 of Beverly of Graustark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda McDaniel. Beverly of Graustark by George Barr McCutcheon. Chapter 17. A Note Translated. She was torn by conflicting emotions. That the two friends had surreptitiously exchanged messages, doubtless by an arrangement perfected since he had entered the service, possibly within the week, could not be disputed. When and how had they planned the accidental meeting? What had been their method of communication? And above all, what were the contents of the messages exchanged? Were they of a purely personal nature, or did they comprehend injury to the principality of Graustark? Beverly could not, in her heart, feel that Baldos was doing anything inimical to the country he served, and yet her duty and loyalty to Yetive made it imperative that the transaction should be reported at once. A word to Quinnox, and Ravone would be seized and searched for the mysterious paper. This, however, looked utterly unreasonable, for the vagabonds were armed and in force, while Yetive was accompanied by but 3 men who could be depended upon. Baldos, under the conditions, was not to be reckoned upon for support. On the other hand, if he meant no harm, it would be cruel, even fatal, to expose him to this charge of duplicity. And while she turned these troublesome alternatives over in her mind, the opportunity to act was lost. Ravone and his men were gone, and the harm, if any was intended, was done. From time to time she glanced back at the guard. His face was imperturbable, even sphinx-like in its steadiness. She decided to hold him personally to account. At the earliest available moment she would demand an explanation of his conduct, threatening him if necessary. If he proved obdurate, there was but one course left open to her. She would deliver him up to the justice he had outraged. Hour after hour went by, and Beverly suffered more than she could have told. Damage was done, and the chance to undo it was slipping farther and farther out of her grasp. She began to look upon herself as the vilest of traitors. There was no silver among the clouds that marred her thoughts that afternoon. It was late in the day when the party returned to the castle, tired out. Beverly was the only one who had no longing to seek repose after the fatiguing trip. Her mind was full of unrest. It was necessary to question Baldos at once. There could be no peace for her until she learned the truth from him. The strain became so great that at last she sent word for him to attend her in the park. He was to accompany the men who carried the sedan chair in which she had learned to sit with a delightful feeling of being in the 18th century. In a far corner of the grounds, now gray in the early dusk, Beverly bade the bearers to set down her chair and leave her in quiet for a few minutes. The 2 men withdrew to a respectful distance, whereupon she called Baldos to her side. Her face was flushed with anxiety. "You must tell me the truth about that transaction with Ravone," she said, coming straight to the point. "I was expecting this, Your Highness," said he quietly. The shadows of night were falling, but she could distinguish the look of anxiety in his dark eyes. "Well?" she insisted impatiently. "You saw the notes exchanged?" "Yes, yes, and I command you to tell me what they contained. It was the most daring thing Your Highness, I cannot tell you what passed between us. It would be treacherous," he said firmly. Beverly gasped in sheer amazement. "Treacherous? Good heavens, sir! To whom do you owe allegiance? To me, or to Ravone and that band of tramps?" she cried with eyes afire. "To both, Your Highness," he answered so fairly that she was for the moment abashed. "I am loyal to you, loyal to the heart's core, and yet I am loyal to that unhappy band of tramps, as you choose to call them. They are my friends. You are only my sovereign." "And you won't tell me what passed between you?" she said, angered by this epigrammatic remark. "I cannot, and be true to myself." "Oh, you are a glorious soldier!" she exclaimed, with fierce sarcasm in her voice. "You speak of being true. I surprise you in the very act of—" "Stay, Your Highness," he said coldly. "You are about to call me a spy and a traitor. Spare me, I implore you. that humiliation. I have sworn to serve you faithfully and loyally. I have not deceived you, and I shall not. Paul Baldos has wronged no man, no woman. What passed between Ravone and myself concerns us only. It had nothing to do with the affairs of Graustark." "Of course you would say that. You wouldn't be fool enough to tell the truth," cried she hotly. "I am the fool. I have trusted you, and if anything goes wrong, I alone am to blame for exposing poor Graustark to danger. Oh, why didn't I cry out this afternoon?" "I knew you would not," he said, with cool unconcern. "Insolence! What do you mean by that?" she cried in confusion. "In your heart you knew I was doing no wrong. You shielded me then as you have shielded me from the beginning." "I don't see why I sit here and let you talk to me like that," she said, feeling the symptoms of collapse. "You have not been fair with me, Baldos. You are laughing at me now and calling me a witless little fool. You did something today that shakes my faith to the very bottom. I never can trust you again. Good heaven, I hate to confess to everyone that you are not honest." "Your Highness," he implored, coming close to the chair and bending over her, "before God I am honest with you. Believe me when I say that I have done nothing to injure Graustark. I cannot tell you what it was that passed between Ravone and me, but I swear on my soul that I have not been disloyal to my oath. Won't you trust me? Won't you believe?" His breath was fanning her ear, his voice was eager, she could feel the intensity of his eyes. "Oh, I don't know what to say to you," she murmured. "I have been so wrought up with fear and disappointment. You'll admit that it was very suspicious, won't you?" she cried, almost pleadingly. "Yes, yes," he answered. His hand touched her arm, perhaps unconsciously. She threw back her head to give him a look of rebuke. Their eyes met, and after a moment both were full of pleading. Her lips parted, but the words would not come. She was afterwards more than thankful for this, because his eyes impelled her to give voice to amazing things that suddenly rushed to her head. "I want to believe you," she whispered softly. "You must. You do. I would give you my life. You have it now. It is in your keeping, and with it my honor. Trust me, I beseech you. I have trusted you." "I brought you here," she began, defending him involuntarily. "But, Baldos, you forget that I am the princess." She drew away in sudden shyness, her cheeks rosy once more, her eyes filling with the most distressingly unreasonable tears. He did not move for what seemed hours to her. She heard the sharp catch of his breath and felt the repression that was mastering some unwelcome emotion in him. Lights were springing into existence in all parts of the park. Beverly saw the solitary window in the monastery far away, and her eyes fastened on it as if for sustenance in this crisis of her life, this moment of surprise, this moment when she felt him laying hands upon the heart she had not suspected of treason. Twilight was upon them. The sun had set, and night was rushing up to lend unfair advantage to the forces against which they were struggling. The orchestra in the castle was playing something soft and tender, oh, so far away. "I forget that I am a slave, your Highness," he said at last, and his voice thrilled her through and through. She turned quickly, and to her utter dismay found his face and eyes still close to hers, glowing in the darkness. "Those men over there," she whispered helplessly, "they are looking at you." "Now I thank God eternally," he cried softly. "You do not punish me. You do not rebuke me. God, there is no night." You must not talk like that," she cried, pulling herself together suddenly. "I cannot permit it, Baldos. You forget who you are, sir." "Ah, yes, your Highness," he said, before he stood erect. "I forget that I was a suspected traitor. Now I am guilty of lèse-majesté." Beverly felt herself grow hot with confusion. "What am I to do with you?" she cried in perplexity, her heart beating shamefully. "You swear you are honest, and yet you won't tell me the truth. Now, don't stand like that. You are as straight as a ramrod, and I know your dignity is terribly offended. I may be foolish, but I do believe you intend no harm to Graustark. You cannot be a traitor." "I will some day give my life to repay you for those words, your Highness," he said. His hand was resting on the side of the chair. Something warm touched it, and then it was lifted resistlessly. Hot, passionate lips burned themselves into the white fingers, and a glow went through every fiber of her body. "Oh," was all she could say. He gently released the hand and threw up his chin resolutely. "I am almost ready to die," he said. She laughed for the first time since they entered the park. "I don't know how to treat you," she said in a helpless flutter. "You know a princess has many trials in life." "Not the least of which is womanhood." "Baldos," she said after a long pause. Something very disagreeable had just rushed into her brain. "Have you been forgetting all this time that the Princess Yetive is the wife of Grenfall Lorry?" "It has never left my mind for an instant. From the bottom of my heart I congratulate him. His wife is an angel as well as a princess." "Well, in the code of morals, is it quite proper to be so loyal to another man's wife?" she asked, and then she trembled. He was supposed to know her as the wife of Grenfall Lorry, and yet he had boldly showed his love for her. "It depends altogether on the other man's wife," he said, and she looked up quickly. It was too dark to see his face, but something told her to press the point no further. Deep down in her heart she was beginning to rejoice in the belief that he had found her out. If he still believed her to be the real princess, then he was... But the subject of conversation, at least, had to be changed. "You say your message to Ravone was of a purely personal nature," she said. "Yes, your highness." She did not like the way in which he said "your highness." It sounded as if he meant it. "How did you know that you were to see him today?" "We have waited for this opportunity since last week. Franz was in the castle grounds last Thursday." "Good heavens, you don't mean it!" "Yes, your highness. He carried a message to me from Ravone. That is how Ravone and the others waited for me in the hills." "You amaze me." "I have seen Franz often," he confessed easily. "He is an excellent messenger." "So it would seem. We must keep a lookout for him. He is the go-between for you all, I see." "Did you learn to say you all in America?" he asked. Her heart gave a great leap. There was something so subtle in the query that she was vastly relieved. "Never mind about that, sir. You won't tell me what you said in your note to Ravone?" "I cannot." "Well, he gave you one in return. If you are perfectly sincere, Baldos, you will hand that note over to me. It shall go no farther, I swear to you, if, as you vow, it does not jeopardize Graustark. Now, sir, prove your loyalty and your honesty." He hesitated for a long time. Then from an inner pocket he drew forth a bit of paper. "I don't see why it has not been destroyed," he said regretfully. "What a neglectful fool I have been." "You might have said it had been destroyed," she said, happy because he had not said it. "But that would have been a lie. Read it, your highness, and return it to me. It must be destroyed." "It is too dark to read it here." Without a word he handed the paper to her and called the chair-bearers, to whom he gave instructions that brought her speedily beneath one of the park lamps. She afterwards recalled the guilty impulse which forced her to sit on the telltale note while the men were carrying her along in the driveway. When it was quite safe, she slyly opened the missive. His hand closed over hers and the note, and he bent close once more. "My only fear is that the test will make it impossible for me to kiss your hand again," said he in a strained voice. She looked up in surprise. "Then it is really something disloyal?" "I have called it a test, your highness," he responded enigmatically. "Well, we'll see," she said, and forthwith turned her eyes to the all-important paper. A quick flush crossed her brow. Her eyes blinked hopelessly. The note was written in the Graustark language. "I'll read it later, Baldos. This is no place for me to be reading notes, don't you know? Really, it isn't. I'll give it back to you tomorrow," she was in haste to say. An inscrutable smile came over his face. "Ravone's information is correct, I am now convinced," he said slowly. "Pray, your highness, glance over it now, that I may destroy it at once," he persisted. "The light isn't good." "It seems excellent." "And I never saw such a miserable scrawl as this. He must have written it on horseback and at full gallop." "It is quite legible, your highness." I really cannot read the stuff. You know his handwriting. Read it to me. I'll trust you to read it carefully. This is embarrassing, Your Highness, but I obey, of course, if you command. Here is what Ravone says. We have excellent proof that she is not the princess, but the American girl. Be exceedingly careful that she does not lead you into any admissions. The Americans are tricky. Have little to say to her and guard your tongue well. We are all well and are hoping for the best. End of chapter 17. Recording by Linda McDaniel, Atlanta, Georgia, June 2009. Chapter 18 of Beverly of Graustark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda McDaniel. Beverly of Graustark by George Barr McCutcheon. Chapter 18, Confessions and Concessions. Beverly was speechless. Of course, Your Highness, said Baldos, deep apology in his voice. Ravone is woefully misinformed. He is honest in his belief, and you should not misjudge his motives. How he could have been so blind as to confound you with that frisky American girl. But I beg your pardon. She is to be your guest. 1,000 pardons, Your Highness. She had been struck dumb by the wording of this note, but his apparently sincere apology for his friend set her every emotion into play once more. While he was speaking, her wits were forming themselves for conflict. She opened the campaign with a bold attack. You believe me to be the princess, sure enough, don't you? But with all her bravery, she was not able to look him in the face. How can you doubt it, Your Highness? Would I be serving you in the present capacity if I believed you to be anyone else? Ravone's warning has not shaken your faith in me? It has strengthened it. Nothing could alter the facts in the case. I have not, since we left Ganlook, been in doubt as to the identity of my benefactress. It seems to me that you are beating around the bush. I'll come straight to the point. How long have you known that I am not the Princess of Graustark? What? He exclaimed, drawing back in well-assumed horror. Do you mean? Are you jesting? I beg of you, do not jest. It is very serious with me. His alarm was so genuine that she was completely deceived. I am not jesting, she half whispered, turning very cold. Have you thought all along that I am the princess? That I am Grenfall Lorry's wife? You told me that you were the princess. But I've never said that I was anyone's wife. There was a piteous appeal in her voice, and he was not slow to notice it and rejoice. Then his heart smote him. But what is to become of me if you are not the princess? He asked, after a long pause. I can no longer serve you. This is my last day in the castle guard. You are to go on serving me. I mean, you are to retain your place in the service, she hastened to say. I shall keep my promise to you. How small and humble she was beginning to feel. It did not seem so entertaining, after all, this pretty deception of hers. Down in his heart, underneath the gallant exterior, what was his opinion of her? Something was stinging her eyes fiercely, and she closed them to keep back the tears of mortification. Miss Calhoun, he said, his manner changing swiftly, I have felt from the first that you are not the Princess of Graustark. I knew it an hour after I entered Edelweiss. Franz gave me a note at Ganlook, but I did not read it until I was a member of the guard. You have known it so long? She cried joyously. And you have trusted me? You have not hated me for deceiving you? I have never ceased to regard you as my sovereign, he said softly. But just a moment ago you spoke of me as a frisky American girl, she said resentfully. I have used that term once, while I have said Your Highness 1,000 times. Knowing that you were Miss Calhoun, I could not have meant either. I fancy I have no right to criticize you, she humbly admitted. After all, it does not surprise me that you were not deceived. Only an imbecile could have been fooled all these weeks. Everyone said that you were no fool. It seems ridiculous that it should have gone to this length, doesn't it? Not at all, Your Highness. I am not. You have the habit, I see, she smiled. I have several months yet to serve as a member of the guard. Besides, I am under orders to regard you as the princess. General Marlanx has given me severe instructions in that respect." "You are willing to play the game to the end?" she demanded, more gratified than she should have been. "Assuredly, yes. It is the only safeguard I have. To alter my belief publicly would expose me to to what, Baldos?" "To ridicule, for one thing, and to the generous mercies of Count Marlanx. Besides, it would deprive me of the privilege I mentioned a moment ago, the right to kiss your hand, to be your slave, and to do homage to the only sovereign I can recognize. Surely you will not subject me to exile from the only joys that life holds for me. You have sought to deceive me, and I have tried to deceive you. Each has found the other out, so we are quits. May we not now combine forces in the very laudable effort to deceive the world? If the world doesn't know that we know, why, the comedy may be long drawn out, and the climax be made the more amusing." "I'm afraid there was a touch of your old time sarcasm in that remark," she said. "Yes, I'm willing to continue the comedy. It seems the safest way to protect you, especially from General Marlanx. No one must ever know, Baldos. It would be absolutely pitiful. I am glad, oh, so glad, that you have known all the time. It relieves my mind and my conscience tremendously." "Yes," he said gently, "I have known all along that you were not Mr. Lorry's wife." He had divined her thought, and she flushed hotly. "You are still a princess, however. A poor goat hunter can only look upon the rich American girl as a sovereign whom he must worship from far below." "Oh, I'm not so rich as all that!" she cried. "Besides, I think it is time for a general clearing up of the mysteries. Are you Prince Danton, Prince Frederick, or that other one, Christobal somebody? Come, be fair with me." "It seems that all Edelweiss looks upon me as a prince in disguise. You found me in the hills." "No, you found me. I have not forgotten, sir." "I was a vagabond and a fugitive. My friends are hunted as I am. We have no home. Why everyone should suspect me of being a prince, I cannot understand. Every roamer in the hills is not a prince. There is a price upon my head, and there is a reward for the capture of every man who was with me in that pass. My name is Paul Baldos, Miss Calhoun. There is no mystery in that. If you were to mention it in a certain city, you would quickly find that the name of Baldos is not unknown to the people who are searching for him. No, your highness, I regret exceedingly that I must destroy the absurd impression that I am of royal blood. Perhaps I am spoiling a pretty romance, but it cannot be helped. I was Baldos the goat hunter. I am now Baldos the guard. Do you think that I would be serving as a Graustark guard if I were any one of the men you mention?" Beverly listened in wonder and some disappointment, it must be confessed. Somehow a spark of hope was being forever extinguished by this straightforward denial. He was not to be the prince she had seen in dreams. "You are not like anyone else," she said. "That is why we thought of you as, as, as one of those unhappy creatures they call princes. Thank fortune, your highness, I am not yet reduced to such straits. My exile will come only when you send me away." They were silent for a long time. Neither was thinking of the hour, or the fact that her absence in the castle could not be unnoticed. Night had fallen heavily upon the earth. The two faithful chair bearers, respectful but with wonder in their souls, stood afar off and waited. Baldos and Beverly were alone in their own little world. "I think I liked you better when you wore the red feather and that horrid patch of black," she said musingly. "I was a heart-free vagabond," he added, something imploring in his voice. "An independent courtier, if you please, sir," she said severely. "Do you want me to go back to the hills? I have the patch and the feather, and my friends are—" "No, don't suggest such a thing yet." She began the protest eagerly and ended it in confusion. "Alas, you mean that some day banishment is not unlikely." "You don't expect to be a guard all your life, do you?" "Not to serve the Princess of Graustark, I confess. My aim is much higher. If God lets me choose the crown I would serve, I shall enlist for life. The crown I would serve is wrought of love. The throne I would kneel before is a heart. The scepter I would follow is in the slender hand of a woman. I could live and die in the service of my own choosing. but I am only the humble goat-herder whose hopes are phantoms, whose ideals are conceived in impotence." "That was beautiful," murmured Beverly, looking up, fascinated for the moment. "Oh, that I had the courage to enlist!" he cried, bending low once more. She felt the danger in his voice, half tremulous with something more than loyalty, and drew her hand away from a place of instant jeopardy. It was fire that she was playing with, she realized with a start of consciousness. Sweet as the spell had grown to be, she thought that it must be shattered. "It is getting frightfully late," she sharply exclaimed. "They'll wonder where I've gone to. Why, it's actually dark." "It has been dark for half an hour, your highness," said he, drawing himself up with sudden rigidness that distressed her. "Are you going to return to the castle?" "Yes. They'll have out a searching party pretty soon if I don't appear." "You have been good to me today," he said thoughtfully. "I shall try to merit the kindness. Let me Oh, please don't talk in that humble way. It's ridiculous. I'd rather have you absolutely impertinent. I declare upon my honor I would. Don't you remember how you talked when you wore the red feather? Well, I liked it." Baldos laughed easily, happily. His heart was not very humble, though his voice and manner were. "Red is the color of insolence, you mean." "It's a good deal jauntier than blue," she declared. "Before you call the bearers, your highness, I wish to retract something I said a while ago," he said very seriously. "I should think you would," she responded, utterly misinterpreting the intent. "You asked me to tell you what my message to Ravone contained, and I refused. Subsequently, the extent of his message to me led us into a most thorough understanding. It is only just and right that you should know what I said to him." "I trust you, Baldos," she protested simply. "That is why I tell this to you. Yesterday, your highness, the castle guard received their month's pay. You may not know how well we are paid, so I will say that it is 10 gavos to each. The envelope which I gave to Ravone contained my wages for the past 6 weeks. They need it far more than I do. There was only a short note of good cheer to those poor comrades of mine, and the assurance that one day our luck may change and starvation be succeeded by plenty. And still more, I told him that I knew you to be Miss Calhoun, and that you were my angel of inspiration. That was all, your highness." "Thank you, Baldos, for telling me," she said softly. "You have made me ashamed of myself." "On the contrary, I feel that I have been indulging in mark heroics. Truth and egotism, like a salad, require a certain amount of dressing." "Since you are Baldos and not a fairy prince, I think you may instruct the men to carry me back, being without the magic tapestry which could transplant me in a whiff. Goodness, who's that?" Within 10 feet of the sedan chair, and directly behind the tall guard, stood a small group of people. He and Beverly, engrossed in each other, had not heard their approach. How long they had been silent spectators of the little scene only the intruders knew. The startled, abashed eyes of the girl in the chair were not long in distinguishing the newcomers. A pace in front of the others stood the gaunt, shadowy form of Count Marlanx. Behind him were the Princess Yetive, the old Prime Minister, and Baron Dangloss. End of chapter 18. Recording by Linda McDaniel, Atlanta, Georgia, March 2009.
Chapter 19 of Beverly of Graustark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patricia Rutledge of Yorba Linda, California. Beverly of Graustark by George Barr McCutcheon. Chapter 19 The Night Fires. "Why, good evening. Is that you?" struggled somewhat hysterically through Beverly's lips. Not since the dear old days of the stolen jam and sugar bits had she known the feelings of a culprit caught red-handed. The light from the park lamps revealed a merry, accusing smile on the face of Yetive, but the faces of the men were serious. Marlanx was the picture of suppressed fury. "It is the relief expedition, your Highness," said Yetive warmly. "We thought you were lost in the wilds of the jungle." "She is much better protected than we could have imagined," said the Iron Count, malevolently mild and polite. "Can't I venture into the park without being sent for?" asked Beverly, ready to fly into the proper rage. The pink had left her cheeks white. "I am proud to observe, however, that the relief expedition is composed of the most distinguished people in all Graustark. Is there any significance to be attached to the circumstance?" "Can't we also go strolling in the park, my dear?" plaintively asked Yetive. "It depends on where we stroll, I fancy," suggested Marlanx derisively. Beverly flashed a fierce look at the head of the army. "By the way, Baron Dangloss, where is the incomparable Haddan?" Baldos shot a startled glance at the two men, and in an instant comprehension came to him. He knew the secret of Haddan's constant companionship. An expression of bitter scorn settled upon his mouth. Dangloss mumbled a reply, at which the Iron Count laughed sarcastically. "I am returning to the castle," said Beverly coldly. "Pray don't let me interfere with your stroll. Or is it possible that you think it necessary to deliver me safely to my nurse now that you have found me?" "Don't be angry, dear," whispered Yetive, coming closer to her side. "I will tell you all about it later on. It was all due to Count Marlanx." "It was all done to humiliate me," replied Beverly, indignation surpassing confusion at last. "I hate all of you." "Oh, Beverly!" whispered the princess in distress. "Well, perhaps you were led into it," retracted Beverly, half mollified. "Look at that old villain whispering over there. No wonder his wives up and died. They just had to do it. I hate all but you and Count Halfont and Baron Dangloss, which left but one condemned." "And Baldos?" added Yetive, patting her hand. "I wish you'd be sensible," cried Beverly, most ungraciously, and Yetive's soft laugh irritated her. "How long had you been listening to us?" "Not so much as the tiniest part of a minute," said Yetive, recalling another disastrous eavesdropping. "I am much wiser than when Baldos first came to serve you. We were quite a distance behind Count Marlanx, I assure you." "Then he heard something?" asked Beverly anxiously. "He has been in a detestable mood ever since we rejoined him. Could he have heard anything disagreeable?" "No. On the contrary, it was quite agreeable." All this time Baldos was standing at attention a few paces off, a model soldier despite the angry shifting of his black eyes. He saw that they had been caught in a most unfortunate position. No amount of explaining could remove the impression that had been forced upon the witnesses, voluntary or involuntary as the case might be. Baldos could do nothing to help her, while she was compelled to face the suspicions of her best friends. At best it could be considered nothing short of a clandestine meeting, the consequence of which she must suffer, not he. In his heated brain he was beginning to picture scandal with all the disgusting details that grow out of evil misrepresentation. Count Halfont separated himself from the group of three and advanced to the sedan chair. Marlanx and Dangloss were arguing earnestly in low tones. "Shall we return, your Highness?" asked Halfont, addressing both with one of his rarest smiles. "If I remember aright, we were to dine en famille tonight, and it is well upon the hour. Besides, Count Marlanx is a little distressed by your absent-mindedness, Miss Beverly, and I fancy he is eager to have it out with you." "My absent-mindedness? What is it that I have forgotten?" asked Beverly, puckering her brow. "That's the trouble, dear," said Yetive. "You forgot your promise to teach him how to play that awful game called poker. He has waited for you at the castle since 6 o'clock. It is now 8. Is it any wonder that he led the searching party? He has been on nettles for an hour and a half." "Goodness! I'll wager he's in a temper," exclaimed Beverly with no remorse, but some apprehension. "It would be wise to apologize to him. suggested Yetive, and her uncle nodded earnestly. "All right. I think I can get him into good humor without half trying." "Oh, Count Marlanx! Come here, please. You aren't angry with me, are you? Wasn't it awful for me to run away and leave you to play solitaire instead of poker? But, don't you know, I was so wretchedly tired after the ride, and I knew you wouldn't mind if I—" And so she ran glibly on, completely forestalling him to the secret amusement of the others. Nevertheless, she was nervous and embarrassed over the situation. There was every reason to fear that the Iron Count had heard and seen enough to form a pretty good opinion of what had passed between herself and Baldos in this remote corner of the park. A deep sense of shame was taking possession of her. Marlanx, smiling significantly, looked into her brave little face and permitted her to talk until she had run out of breath and composure. Then he bowed with exaggerated gallantry and informed her that he was hers to command, and that it was not for him to forgive, but to accept whatever was her gracious pleasure. He called upon the chair-bearers, and they took up their burden. Beverly promptly changed her mind and concluded to walk to the castle. And so they started off, the chair going ahead as if out of commission forever. Despite her efforts to do so, the American girl, feeling very much abused by the way, was unsuccessful in the attempt to keep the princess at her side. Yetive deliberately walked ahead with Halfont and Dangloss. It seemed to Beverly that they walked unnecessarily fast and that Marlanx was provokingly slow. Baldos was 20 paces behind, as was his custom. "Is it necessary for me to ask you to double the number of lessons I am to have?" Marlanx asked. He was quite too close to her side to please Beverly. "Can't you learn in one lesson? Most Americans think they know all about poker after the first game." "I am not so quick-witted, your highness." "Far be it from me to accelerate your wits, Count Marlanx. It might not be profitable." "You might profit by losing, you know," he ventured, leaning still closer. "Poker is not the only game of chance. It was chance that gave me a winning hand this evening." "I don't understand." "It shall be my pleasure to teach you in return for instructions I am to have. I have tried to teach your excellent guard one phase of the game. He has not profited, I fear. He has been blind enough to pick a losing hand in spite of my advice. It is the game of hearts." Beverly could not but understand. She shrank away with a shudder. Her wits did not desert her, however. "I know the game," she said steadily. "One's object is to cast off all of the hearts. I have been very lucky at the game, Count Marlanx." "Umph," was his ironical comment. "Ah, isn't this a night for lovers?" he went on, changing tack suddenly. "To stroll in the shadows, where even the moon is blind, is a joy that love alone provides. Come, fair mistress, share this joy with me." With that, his hand closed over her soft arm above the elbow, and she was drawn close to his side. Beverly's first shock of revulsion was succeeded by the distressing certainty that Baldos was a helpless witness of this indignity. She tried to jerk her arm away, but he held it tight. "Release my arm, sir," she cried, hoarse with passion. "Call your champion, my lady. It will mean his death. I have evidence that will ensure his conviction and execution within an hour. Nothing could. Call him, I say, and—" "I will call him. He is my sworn protector, and I will command him to knock you down if you don't go away," she flared, stopping decisively. "At his peril." "Baldos!" she called without a second's hesitation. The guard came up with a rush just as Marlanx released her arm and fell away with a muttered imprecation. "Your highness!" cried Baldos, who had witnessed everything. "Are you afraid to die?" she demanded briefly and clearly. "No." "That is all," she said, suddenly calm. "I merely wanted to prove it to Count Marlanx." Tact had come to her relief most opportunely. Like a flash she saw that a conflict between the commander of the army and a guard could have but one result, and that disastrous to the latter. One word from her would have ended everything for Baldos. She saw through the Iron Count's ruse as if by divine inspiration, and profited where he least expected her to excel in shrewdness. Marlanx had deliberately invited the assault by the guard. His object had been to snare Baldos into his own undoing, and a horrible undoing it would have been. One blow would have secured the desired result. Nothing could have saved the guard who had struck his superior officer. But Beverly thought in time. "To die is easy, your highness. You have but to ask it of me," said Baldos, whose face was white and drawn. "She has no intention of demanding such a pleasant sacrifice," observed Count Marlanx, covering his failure skillfully. "Later on, perhaps, she may sign your death warrant. I am proud to hear, sir, that a member of my corps has the courage to face the inevitable, even though he be an alien and unwilling to die on the field of battle. You have my compliments, sir. You have been on irksome duty for several hours and must be fatigued as well as hungry. A soldier suffers many deprivations, not the least of which is starvation in pursuit of his calling. Mess is not an unwelcome relief to you after all these arduous hours. You may return to the barracks at once. The princess is under my care for the remainder of the campaign." Baldos looked first at her and then at the sarcastic old general. Yetive and her companions were waiting for them at the fountain 100 yards away. "You may go, Baldos," said Beverly in low tones. "I am not fatigued, nor—" he began eagerly. "Go," snarled Marlanx. "Am I to repeat a command to you? Do you ignore the word of your mistress?" There was a significant sneer in the way he said it. "Mistress?" gasped Baldos, his eye blazing, his arm half raised. "Count Marlanx!" implored Beverly, drawing herself to her full height and staring at him like a wounded thing. "I humbly implore you not to misconstrue the meaning of the term, your highness," said the count affably. "Ah, you have dropped something. Permit me. It is a note of some description, I think." He stooped quickly, too quickly, and recovered from the ground at her feet the bit of paper which had fallen from her hand. It was the note from Ravone to Baldos which Beverly had forgotten in the excitement of the encounter. "Count Marlanx, give me that paper," demanded Beverly breathlessly. "Is it a love letter? Perhaps it is intended for me. At any rate, your highness, it is safe against my heart for the time being. When we reach the castle I shall be happy to restore it. It is safer with me. Come, we go one way, and have you not gone, sir?" in his most sarcastic tone to the guard. Beverly was trembling. "No, I have not, and I shall not go until I see you obey the command of her highness. She has asked you for that piece of paper," said Baldos, standing squarely in front of Marlanx. "Insolent dog, do you mean to question my— Give over that paper!" "If you strike me, fellow, it will be—" "If I strike you, it will be to kill Count Marlanx." "The paper, sir." Baldos towered over the Iron Count, and there was danger in his daredevil voice. "Surely, sir, I am but obeying your own instructions. Protect the princess and all that is hers with your life, you have said to me." "Oh, I wish you hadn't done this, Baldos," cried Beverly, panic-stricken. "You have threatened my life. I shall not forget it, fool. Here is the precious note, your highness, with my condolences to the writer." Marlanx passed the note to her and then looked triumphantly at the guard. "I dare say you have done all you can, sir. Do you wish to add anything more?" "What can one do when dealing with his superior and finds him a despicable coward?" said Baldos with cool irony. "You are reputed to be a brave soldier. I know that to be false, or I would ask you to draw the sword you carry and—" He was drawing his sword as he spoke. "Baldos!" implored Beverly. Her evident concern infuriated Marlanx. In his heart he knew Baldos to be a man of superior birth and a foeman not to be despised from his own station. Carried away by passion, he flashed his sword from its sheath. "You have drawn on me, sir," he snarled. "I must defend myself against even such as you. You will find that I am no coward. Time is short for your gallant lover, madame." Before she could utter a word of protest the blades had clashed, and they were hungry for blood. It was dark in the shadows of the trees, and the trio was quite alone with their tragedy. She heard Baldos laugh recklessly in response to Marlanx's cry of, "Oh, the shame of fighting with such carrion as you!" "Don't jest at a time like this, Count," said the guard softly. "Remember that I lose no matter which way it goes. If you kill me, I lose. If I beat you, I lose. Remember, you can still have me shot for insubordination and conduct unbecoming—" "Stop!" almost shrieked Beverly. At risk of personal injury she rushed between the two swordsmen. Both drew back and dropped their points. Not a dozen passes had been made. "I beg your highness's pardon," murmured Baldos, but he did not sheathe his sword. "He forced it upon me," cried Marlanx triumphantly. "You were witness to it all. I was a fool to let it go as far as this. Put up your sword until another day, if that day ever comes to you." "He will have you shot for this, Baldos," cried Beverly in her terror. Baldos laughed bitterly. "Tied and blindfolded too, your highness, to prove that he is a brave man and not a coward." It was short, but it was sweet. Would that you had let the play go on. There was a spice in it that made life worth living and death worth dying. "Have you other commands for me, your highness?" His manner was so cool and defiant that she felt the tears spring to her eyes. "Only that you put up your sword and end this miserable affair by going to your room." "It is punishment enough. Tomorrow's execution can be no harder." Marlanx had been thinking all this time. Into his soul came the thrill of triumph, the consciousness of a mighty power. He saw the chance to benefit by the sudden clash and was not slow to seize it. "Never fear, my man," he said easily. "It won't be as bad as that. I can well afford to overlook your indiscretion of tonight. There will be no execution, as you call it. This was an affair between men, not between man and the state. Our gracious referee is to be our judge. It is for her to pardon and to condemn. It was very pretty while it lasted, and you are too good a swordsman to be shot. Go on your way, Baldos, and remember me as Marlanx the man, not Marlanx the general. As your superior officer, I congratulate and commend you upon the manner in which you served the princess." "You will always find me ready to fight and to die for her," said Baldos gravely. "Do you think you can remember that, Count Marlanx?" "I have an excellent memory," said the count steadily. With a graceful salute to Beverly, Baldos turned and walked away in the darkness. "A perfect gentleman, Miss Calhoun, but a wretched soldier," said Marlanx grimly. "He is a hero," she said quietly, a great calmness coming over her. "Do you mean it when you say you are not going to have him punished? He did only what a man should do, and I glory in his folly. I may as well tell you point blank that you alone can save him. He does not deserve leniency. It is in my power and it is my province to have him utterly destroyed, not only for this night's work, but for other and better reasons. I have positive proof that he is a spy. He knows I have this proof. That is why he would have me killed just now. It is for you to say whether he shall meet the fate of a spy or go unscathed. You have but to exchange promises with me, and the estimable guardsman goes free. But he goes from Edelweiss forever. Today he met the enemy's scout in the hills, as you know quite well. Messages were exchanged, secretly, which you do not know of course. Before another day is gone I expect to see the results of his treachery. There may be manifestations tonight. You do not believe me, but wait and see if I am not right. He is one of Gabriel's cleverest spies." "I do not believe it. You shall not accuse him of such things," she cried. "Besides, if he is a spy, why should you shield him for my sake? Don't you owe it to Graustark to expose?" "Here is the princess," said he serenely. "Your Highness," addressing Yetive, "Miss Calhoun has a note which she refuses to let anyone read but you. Now, my dear young lady, you may give it directly into the hands of her Highness." Beverly gave him a look of scorn, but without a second's hesitation placed the missive into Yetive's hand. The Iron Count's jaw dropped, and he moistened his lips with his tongue 2 or 3 times. Something told him that a valuable chance had gone. "I shall be only too happy to have your Highness read the result of my first lesson in the Graustark language," she said, smiling gaily upon the Count. 2 men in uniform came rushing up to the party, manifestly excited. Saluting the general, both began to speak at once. "One at a time," commanded the Count. "What is it?" Other officers of the guard and a few noblemen from the castle came up, out of breath. "We have discerned signal fires in the hills, your Excellency," said one of the men from the fort. "There's a circle of fires and they mean something important. For half an hour they have been burning near the monastery, also in the valley below and on the mountains to the south." There was an instant of deathly silence, as if the hearers awaited a crash. Marlanx looked steadily at Beverly's face and she saw the triumphant, accusing gleam in his eyes. Helplessly, she stared into the crowd of faces. Her eyes fell upon Baldos, who suddenly appeared in the background. His face wore a hunted, imploring look. The next instant he disappeared among the shadows. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Graustark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Beverly of Graustark by George Barr McCutcheon. Chapter 20. Gossip of some consequence. "There is no time to be lost," exclaimed Count Marlanx. "Ask Colonel Braze to report to me at the eastern gate with a detail of picked troopers, 100 of them. I will meet them there in half an hour." He gave other sharp, imperative commands, and in the twinkling of an eye the peaceful atmosphere was transformed into the turbulent, exciting rush of activity. The significance of the fires seen in the hills could not be cheaply held. Instant action was demanded. The city was filled with the commotion of alarm. The army was brought to its feet with a jerk that startled even the most ambitious. The first thing that General Marlanx did was to instruct Quinnox to set a vigilant watch over Baldos. He was not to be arrested, but it was understood that the surveillance should be but little short of incarceration. He was found at the barracks shortly after the report concerning the signal fires, and told in plain words that General Marlanx had ordered a guard placed over him for the time being, pending the result of an investigation. Baldos had confidently expected to be thrown into a dungeon for his affront. He did not know that Grenfall Lorry stood firm in his conviction that Baldos was no spy, and was supported by others in high authority. Marlanx was bottling his wrath and holding back his revenge for a distinct purpose. Apart from the existence of a strong, healthy prejudice in the guard's favor, what the old general believed and what he could prove were 2 distinct propositions. He was crafty enough, however, to take advantage of a condition unknown to Beverly Calhoun, the innocent cause of all his bitterness toward Baldos. As he hastened from the council chamber, his eyes swept the crowd of eager, excited women in the grand hall. From among them he picked Beverly and advanced upon her without regard for time and consequence. Despite her animation, he was keen enough to see that she was sorely troubled. She did not shrink from him as he had half expected, but met him with bold disdain in her eyes. "This is the work of your champion," he said in tones that did not reach ears other than her own. "I prophesied it, you must remember. Are you satisfied now that you have been deceived in him?" "I have implicit confidence in him. I suppose you have ordered his arrest?" she asked with quiet scorn. "He is under surveillance at my suggestion. For your sake, and yours alone, I am giving him a chance. He is your protege. You are responsible for his conduct. To accuse him would be to place you in an embarrassing position. There is a sickening rumor in court circles that you have more than a merely kind and friendly interest in the rascal. If I believed that, Miss Calhoun, I fear my heart could not be kind to him. But I know it is not true. You have a loftier love to give. He is a clever scoundrel, and there is no telling how much harm he has already done to Graustark. His every move is to be watched and reported to me. It will be impossible for him to escape. To save him from vengeance of the army, I am permitting him to remain in your service, ostensibly at least. His hours of duty have been changed, however. Henceforth he is in the night guard from midnight till dawn. I am telling you this, Miss Calhoun, because I want you to know that in spite of all the indignity I have suffered, you are more to me than any other being in the world, more to me even than my loyalty to Graustark. Do me the honor and justice to remember this. I have suffered much for you. I am a rough, hardened soldier, and you have misconstrued my devotion. Forgive the harsh words my passion may have inspired. Farewell. I must off to undo the damage we all lay at the door of the man you and I are protecting." He was too wise to give her the chance to reply. A moment later he was mounted and off for the eastern gates, there to direct the movements of Colonel Braze and his scouts. Beverly flew at once to Yetive with her plea for Baldos. She was confronted by a rather sober faced sovereign. The news of the hour was not comforting to the princess and her ministers. "You don't believe he is a spy?" cried Beverly, stopping just inside the door, presuming selfishly that Baldos alone was the cause for worry. She resolved to tell Yetive of the conflict in the park. "Dear me, Beverly, I am not thinking of him. We have discussed him jointly and severally and every other way, and he has been settled for the time being." "You are the only one who is thinking of him, my dear child. We have weightier things to annoy us." "Goodness, how you talk. He isn't annoying. Oh, forgive me, Yetive, for I am the silliest, addle patedest goose in the kingdom, and you are so troubled. But do you know that he is being watched? They suspect him. So did I, at first, I'll admit. But I don't now. Have you read the note I gave to you out there?" "Yes, dear. It's just as I expected. He has known from the beginning. He knew when he caught Dagmar and me spying behind that abominable curtain. But don't worry me any longer about him, please. Wait here with me until we have reports from the troops. I shall not sleep until I know what those fires meant. Forget Baldos for an hour or two for my sake." "You dear old princess. I'm an awful brute, sure 'nough. I'll forget him forever for your sake. It won't be hard, either. He's just a mere guard. Pooh! He's no prince." Whereupon, reinforced by Mrs. Anguish and the Countess Halfont, she proceeded to devote herself to the task of soothing and amusing the distressed princess while the soldiers of Graustark ransacked the moonlit hills. The night passed, and the next day was far on its way to sunset before the scouts came in with tidings. no trace of the mysterious signallers had been found. The embers of the half dozen fires were discovered, but their builders were gone. The search took in miles of territory, but it was unavailing. Not even a straggler was found. The so called troupe of actors, around whom suspicion centred, had been swallowed by the capacious solitude of the hills. Riders from the frontier posts to the south came in with the report that all was quiet in the threatened district. Dawsbergen was lying quiescent, but with the readiness of a skulking dog. There was absolutely no solution to the mystery connected with the fires on the mountain sides. Baldos was questioned privately and earnestly by Lorry and Dangloss. His reply was simple, but it furnished food for reflection and, at the same time, no little relief to the troubled leaders. "It is my belief, Mr. Lorry, that fires were built by brigands and not by your military foes. I have seen these fires in the north, near Axphain, and they were invariably meant to establish communication between separated squads of robbers, all belonging to one band. My friends and I on more than one occasion narrowly escaped disaster by prying into the affairs of these signallers. I take it that the squads have been operating in the south and were brought together last night by means of the fires. Doubtless they have some big project of their own sort on foot. That night the city looked for a repetition of the fires, but the mountains were black from dusk till dawn. Word reached the castle late in the evening that an Axphainian nobleman and his followers would reach Edelweiss the next day. The visit was a friendly but an important one. The nobleman was no other than the young Duke of Mizrox, intimate friend of the unfortunate Prince Lorenz, who met his death at the hand of Prince Gabriel, and was the leader of the party which opposed the vengeful plans of Princess Volga. His arrival in Edelweiss was awaited with deep anxiety, for it was suspected that his news would be of the most important character. Beverly Calhoun sat on the balcony with the princess long after midnight. The sky was black with the clouds of an approaching storm. The air was heavy with foreboding silence. Twice, from their darkened corner near the pillar, they saw Baldos as he paced steadily past the castle on patrol, with Hayden at his side. Dreamily, the watchers in the cool balcony looked down upon the somber park and its occasional guardsmen. Neither was in the mood to talk. As they rose at last to go to their rooms, something whizzed through the air and dropped with a slight thud in the center of the balcony. The two young women started back in alarm. A faint light from Beverly's window filtered across the stone floor. "Don't touch it, Beverly," cried the princess, as the girl started forward with an eager exclamation. But Beverly had been thinking of the very object that now quivered before her in the dull light, saucy, aggressive, and jaunty as it was the night when she saw it for the first time. A long, slim red feather bobbed to and fro as if saluting her with soldierly fidelity. Its base was an orange, into which it had been stuck by the hand that tossed it from below. Beverly grasped it with more ecstasy than wisdom and then rushed to the stone railing, Yetive looking on in amazement. Diligently she searched the ground below for the man who had sent the red message, but he was nowhere in sight. Then came the sudden realization that she was revealing a most unmaidenly eagerness, to him as well as to the princess, for she did not doubt that he was watching from the shadows below. She withdrew from the rail in confusion and fled to her bed chamber, followed by a curious companion. There were explanations, none of which struck speaker or listener as logical, and there were giggles which completely simplified the situation. Beverly thrust the slim red feather into her hair and struck an attitude that would have set Baldos wild with joy if he could have seen it. The next day, when she appeared in the park, the feather stood up defiantly from the band of her sailor hat, though womanly perverseness impelled her to ignore Baldos when he passed her on his way to mess. The Duke of Mizrox came into the city hours after the time set for his arrival. It was quite dark when the escort sent by Colonel Quinnox drew up at the castle gates with the visitor. The Duke and his party had been robbed by brigands in the broad daylight and at a point not more than 5 miles from Edelweiss. And thus the mystery of the signal fires was explained. Count Marlanx did not soon forget the triumphant look he received from Beverly Calhoun when the Duke's misfortunes were announced. Shameless as it may seem, she rejoiced exceedingly over the acts of the robbers. Mizrox announced to the princess and her friends that he was not an emissary from the Axphainian government. Instead, he was but little less than a fugitive from the wrath of Volga and the crown adherents. Earlier in the week, he had been summoned before Volga and informed that his absence for a few months, at least, from the principality was desirable. The privilege was allowed him of selecting the country which he desired to visit during that period, and he coolly chose Graustark. He was known to have friendly feelings for that state, but no objections were raised. This friendship also gave him a welcome in Edelweiss. Mizrox plainly stated his position to Yetive and the Prime Minister. He asked for protection, but declined to reveal any of the plans that maturing in his home country. This reluctance to become a traitor, even though he was not in sympathy with his sovereign, was respected by the princess. He announced his willingness to take up arms against Dawsbergen, but would in no way antagonize Axphain from an enemy's camp. The Duke admitted that the feeling in Axphain's upper circles was extremely bitter toward Graustark. The old-time war spirit had not died down. Axphain despised her progressive neighbor. "I may as well inform your highness that the regent holds another and a deeper grudge against Graustark," he said, in the audience chamber where were assembled many of the nobles of the state, late on the night of his arrival. "She insists that you are harboring and even shielding the pretender to our throne, Prince Frederick. It is known that he is in Graustark, and moreover, it is asserted that he is in direct touch with your government." Yetive and her companions looked at one another with glances of comprehension. He spoke in English now for the benefit of Beverly Calhoun, an interested spectator, who felt her heart leap suddenly and swiftly into violent insurrection. "Nothing could be more ridiculous," said Yetive after a pause. "We do not know Frederick, and we are not harboring him." "I am only saying what is believed to be true by Axphain, your highness. It is reported that he joined you in the mountains in June and since has held a position of trust in your army." "Would you know Prince Frederick if you were to see him?" quietly asked Lorry. "I have not seen him since he was a very small boy, and then but for a moment, on the day when he and his mother were driven through the streets on their way to exile. We have a new man in the castle guard and there is a mystery attached to him. Would you mind looking at him and telling us if he is what Frederick might be in his manhood?" Lorry put the question and everyone present drew a deep breath of interest. Mizrox readily consented and Baldos, intercepted on his rounds, was led unsuspecting into an outer chamber. The Duke, accompanied by Lorry and Baron Dangloss, entered the room. They were gone from the assemblage but a few minutes, returning with smiles of uncertainty on their faces. "It is impossible, your highness, for me to say whether or not it is Frederic," said the duke frankly. "He is what I imagined the pretender might be at his age, but it would be sheer folly for me to speculate. I do not know the man." Beverly squeezed the Countess Dagmar's arm convulsively. "Hurrah!" she whispered, in great relief. Dagmar looked at her in astonishment. She could not fathom the whimsical American. "They have been keeping an incessant watch over the home of Frederic's cousin. He is to marry her when the time is propitious," volunteered the young duke. "She is the most beautiful girl in Axphain, and the family is one of the wealthiest. Her parents bitterly opposed the match. They were to have been secretly married some months ago, and there is a rumor to the effect that they did succeed in evading the vigilance of her people." "You mean that they may be married?" asked Yetive, casting a quick glance at Beverly. "It is not improbable, your highness. He is known to be a daring young fellow, and he has never failed in a siege against the heart of women. Report has it that he is the most invincible Lothario that ever donned love's armor." Beverly was conscious of furtive glances in her direction, and a faint pink stole into her temples. "Our fugitive princes are lucky in neither love nor war," went on the duke. "Poor Dantan, who is hiding from Gabriel, is betrothed to the daughter of the present prime minister of Dawsbergen, the beautiful Iolanda. I have seen her. She is glorious, your highness." "I, too, have seen her," said Yetive, more gravely than she thought. "The report of their betrothal is true, then?" "His sudden overthrow prevented the nuptials, which were to have taken place in a month had not Gabriel returned. Her father, the Duke of Matz, wisely accepted the inevitable and became prime minister to Gabriel. Iolanda, it is said, remains true to him and sends messages to him as he wanders through the mountains." Beverly's mind instantly reverted to the confessions of Baldos. He had admitted the sending and receiving of messages through Franks. Try as she would, she could not drive the thought from her mind that he was Dantan, and now came the distressing fear that his secret messages were words of love from Iolanda. The audience lasted until late in the night, but she was so occupied with her own thoughts that she knew of but little that transpired. Of one thing she was sure, she could not go to sleep that night. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Beverly of Graustark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Beverly of Graustark by George Barr McCutcheon. Chapter 21 The Rose. The next morning Aunt Fanny had a hard time of it. Her mistress was petulant. There was no sunshine in the bright August day as it appeared to her. Toward dawn, after she had counted many millions of black sheep jumping backward over a fence, she had fallen asleep. Aunt Fanny obeyed her usual instructions on the luckless morning. It was Beverly's rule to be called every morning at 7 o'clock. But how was her attendant to know that the graceful young creature who had kicked the counterpane to the foot of the bed and had mauled the pillow out of all shape, had slept for less than 30 minutes? How was she to know that the flushed face and frown were born in the course of a night of distressing perplexities? She knew only that Sleeping Beauty who lay before her was the fairest creature in all the universe. For some minutes Aunt Fanny stood off and admired the rich youthful glory of the sleeper, prophetically reluctant to disturb her happiness. Then she obeyed the impulse of duty and spoke the summoning words. What time is it?" demanded the newcomer from the land of Nod, stretching her fine young body with a splendid but discontented yawn. "7, Miss Beverly. What time do you suppose hit is?" "Hit's de reg'lar time, o' course. Did yo' all have a nice sleep, honey?" and Aunt Fanny went blissfully about the business of the hour. "I didn't sleep a wink, confound it," grumbled Beverly, rubbing her eyes and turning on her back to glare at the tapestry above the couch. "Yo' wasn't winkin' any when I fust come in to the room, lemme tell yo'," cackled Aunt Fanny with caustic freedom. "See here, now, Aunt Fanny, I'm not going to stand any lecture from you this morning, when a feller hasn't slept a—" "Who's a lecturing anybody? I'd like to know." "Just tellin' yo' what you was a doin' when I come into de room. You was a sleepin' petty dog tight, lemme tell yo'. Is you goin' out for yo' walk befo' beckfast, honey? 'Cause if yo' is, yo' all be obleeged to climb out de bade mighty quick like. Yo' bath is ready, Miss Beverly." Beverly splashed the water with unreasonable ferocity for a few minutes, trying to enjoy a diversion that had not failed her until this morning. "Aunt Fanny," she announced, after looking darkly through a window into the mountains above, "if you can't brush my hair, ouch, any easier than this, I'll have someone else do it, that's all. You're a regular old bear." "Pa little honey," was all the complacent bear said in reply, without altering her methods in the least. "Well," said Beverly threateningly, with a shake of her head, "be careful, that's all. Have you heard the news?" "What news, Miss Beverly?" "We're going back to Washington." "Thank the Lord! When?" "I don't know. I've just this instant made up my mind. I think we'll start, let's see. This is the 6th of August, isn't it? Well, look and see if you don't know, stupid. The 10th? My goodness, where has the time gone anyway? Well, we'll start sometime between the 11th and the 12th." "Of this month, Miss Beverly?" "No, September. I want you to look up a timetable for me today. We must see about the trains. Dere's only one leavin' here daily, an' it goes at 6 in de mornin'. One train a day. Ain't 'at scandalous?" "I'm sure, Aunt Fanny, it is their business, not ours," said Beverly severely. "Perhaps they might be running a 'scursion round about September, Miss Beverly," speculated Aunt Fanny consolingly. "Dey gen'ly has 'em in September." "You old goose!" cried Beverly in spite of herself. "Ain't you havin' a good time, honey?" "No, I am not." "Fo' de land's sake! I wouldn't 'spicion hit for a minute. It's de gayest place I ever saw, 'cept Washington and Lexington and Vicksburg." "Well, you don't know anything," said Beverly crossly. "I wish you'd take that red feather out of my hat right away." "Shall I throw it away, Miss Beverly?" "Wa'al, no, you needn't do that," said Beverly. "Put it on my dressing table. I'll attend to it." "What's become of de gen'man 'at who hit in the first place? Ain't seen him for 2–3 days." "I'm sure I don't know. He's probably asleep. That class of people never lose sleep over anything." "He's a powerful good looking pusson," suggested Aunt Fanny. Beverly's eyes brightened. "Do you think so?" she said, quite indifferently. "What are you doing with that hat?" "Takin' out de feather just as—" "Well, leave it alone. Don't disturb my things, Aunt Fanny. How many times must I tell you?" "Good Lord!" was all that Aunt Fanny could say. "Don't forget about the timetables," said Beverly, as she sallied forth for her walk in the park. In the afternoon she went driving with Princess Yetive and the young Duke of Mizrox, upon whose innocent and sufficiently troubled head she was heaping secret abuse because of the news he brought. Later, Count Marlanx appeared at the castle for his first lesson in poker. He looked so sure of himself that Beverly hated him to the point of desperation. At the same time she was eager to learn how matters stood with Baldos. The count's threat still hung over her head, veiled by its ridiculous shadow of mercy. She knew him well enough by this time to feel convinced that Baldos would have to account for his temerity, sooner or later. It was like the cat and helpless mouse. "It's too hot," she protested, when he announced himself ready for the game. "Nobody plays poker when it's 92 in the shade." "But, your highness," complained the count, "war may break out any day. I cannot concede delay." "I think there's a game called shooting craps," suggested she serenely. "It seems to me it would be particular good for warriors. You could be shooting something all the time." He went away in a decidedly irascible frame of mind. She did not know it, but Baldos was soon afterward set to work in the garrison stables, a most loathsome occupation, in addition to his duties as a guard by night. After mature deliberation, Beverly set herself to the task of writing home to her father. It was her supreme intention to convince him that she would be off for the States in amazingly short time. The major, upon receiving the letter 3 weeks later, found nothing in it to warrant the belief that she was ever coming home. He did observe, however, that she had but little use for the army of Graustark, and was especially disappointed in the set of men Yetive retained as her private guard. For the life of her, Beverly could not have told why she disapproved of the guard in general or in particular, but she was conscious of the fact, after the letter was posted, that she had said many things that might have been left unwritten. Besides, it was not Baldos's fault that she could not sleep. It was distinctly her own. He had nothing to do with it. "I'll bet father will be glad to hear that I am coming home," she said to Yetive after the letter was gone. "Oh, Beverly dear, I hate to hear of you going," cried the princess. "When did you tell him you'd start?" "Why, let me see, when did I say? Dash me, as Mr. Anguish would say. I don't believe I gave a date. It seems to me I said soon, that's all." "You don't know how relieved I am," exclaimed Yetive rapturously, and Beverly was in high dudgeon because of the implied reflection. "I believe you are in a tiff with Baldos," went on Yetive airily. "Goodness, how foolish you can be at times, Yetive," was what Beverly gave back to her highness, the Princess of Graustark. Late in the evening couriers came in from Dawsbergen frontier with reports which created considerable excitement in castle and army circles. Prince Gabriel himself had been seen in the northern part of his domain, accompanied by a large detachment of picked soldiers. Lorry set out that very night for the frontier, happy in the belief that something worthwhile was about to occur. General Marlanx issued orders for the Edelweiss Army Corps to mass beyond the southern gates of the city the next morning. Commands were also sent to the outlying garrisons. There was to be a general movement of troops before the end of the week. Graustark was not to be caught napping. Long after the departure of Lorry and Anguish, the princess sat on the balcony with Beverly and Countess Dagmar. They did not talk much. The mission of these venturesome young American husbands was full of danger. Something in the air had told their wives that the first blows of war were to be struck before they looked again upon the men they loved. "I think we have been betrayed by someone," said Dagmar, after an almost interminable silence. Her companion did not reply. "The couriers say that Gabriel knows where we are weakest at the front and that he knows our every movement. Yet if there is a spy here after all " "And that spy has access to the very heart of our deliberations," added Beverly pointedly. "I say this in behalf of the man whom you evidently suspect, Countess. He could not know these things." "I do not say that he does know, Miss Calhoun, but it is not beyond reason that he may be the go between, the means of transferring information from the main traitor to the messengers who await outside our walls." "Oh, I don't believe it," cried Beverly hotly. "I wonder if these things would have happened if Baldos had never come to Edelweiss," mused the princess, as though by common impulse both of the Graustark women placed their arms about Beverly. "It's because we have so much at stake, Beverly dear," whispered Dagmar. "Forgive me if I have hurt you." Of course, Beverly sobbed a little in the effort to convince them that she did not care whom they accused, if he proved to be the right man in the end. They left her alone on the balcony. For an hour after midnight she sat there and dreamed. Everyone was ready to turn against Baldos. Even she had been harsh toward him, for had she not seen him relegated to the most obnoxious of duties after promising him a far different life? And now what was he thinking of her? His descent from favor had followed upon the disclosures which made plain to each the identity of the other. No doubt he was attributing his degradation, in a sense, to the fact that she was no longer relished his services, having seen a romantic little ideal shattered by his firm assertions. Of course, she knew that General Marlanx was alone instrumental in assigning him to the unpleasant duty he now observed. But how was Baldos to know that she was not the real power behind the Iron Count? A light drizzle began to fall, cold and disagreeable. There were no stars, no moon. The ground below was black with shadows, but shimmering in spots touched by the feeble park lamps. She retreated through her window, determined to go to bed. Her rebellious brain, however, refused to banish him from her thoughts. She wondered if he were patrolling the castle grounds in the rain, in all that lonely darkness. Seized by a sudden inspiration, she threw a gossamer about her, grasped an umbrella, and ventured out upon the balcony once more. Guiltily she searched the night through the fine drizzling rain. Her ears listened eagerly for the tread which was so well known to her. At last he strode beneath a lamp not far away. He looked up, but, of course, could not see her against the dark wall. For a long time he stood motionless beneath the light. She could not help seeing that he was dejected, tired, unhappy. His shoulders drooped, and there was a general air of listlessness about the figure which had once been so full of courage and of hope. The post light fell directly upon his face. It was somber, despondent, strained. He wore the air of a prisoner. Her heart went out to him like a flash. The debonair knight of the Black Patch was no more. In his place there stood a sullen slave to discipline. "Baldos!" she called softly, her voice penetrating the dripping air with the clearness of a bell. He must have been longing for the sound of it, for he started and looked eagerly in her direction. His tall form straightened as he passed his hand over his brow. It was but a voice from his dream, he thought. "Aren't you afraid you'll get wet?" asked the same low, sweet voice, with the suggestion of a laugh behind it. With long strides he crossed the pavement and stood almost directly beneath her. "Your Highness," he exclaimed gently, joyously, "what are you doing out there?" "Wondering, Baldos, wondering what you were thinking of as you stood under the lamp over there." "I was thinking of your Highness," he called up softly. "No, no," she protested. "I, too, was wondering what you were dreaming of as you slept, for you should be asleep at this hour, your Highness, instead of standing out there in the rain." "Baldos," she called down tremulously, "you don't like this work, do you?" "It has nothing but darkness in it for me. I never see the light of your eyes. I never feel the—" "Shh! You must not talk like that. It's not proper, and besides, someone may be listening." "The night has 1,000 ears, or is it eyes? But listen. Tomorrow you shall be restored to your old duties. You surely cannot believe that I had anything to do with the order which compels you to work at this unholy hour." "I was afraid you were punishing me for my boldness. My heart has been sore, you never can know how sore. I was disgraced, dismissed, forgotten." "Oh, no, you were not. You must not say that. Go away now, Baldos." "You will ride with me tomorrow," she cried nervously. "Please go to some place where you won't get dripping wet." "You forget that I am on guard," he said with a laugh. "But you are a wise counselor. Is the rain so pleasant to you?" "I have an umbrella," she protested. "What are you doing?" she cried in alarm. He was coming hand over hand up the trellis work that enclosed the lower veranda. "I am coming to a place where I won't get dripping wet," he called softly. There was a dangerous ring in his voice, and she drew back in a panic. "You must not!" she cried desperately. "This is madness! Go down, sir!" "I am happy enough to fly, but cannot. So I do the next best thing. I climb to you." His arm was across the stone railing by this time, and he was panting from the exertion, not 2 feet from where she crouched. "Just 1 minute of heaven before I go back to the shadow of earth. I am happy again. Marlanx told me you had dismissed me. I wonder what he holds in reserve for me. I knew he lied, but it is not until now that I rejoice. Come, you are to shield me from the rain." "Oh, oh," she gasped, overwhelmed by his daring passion. "I should die if anyone saw you here." Yet she spasmodically extended the umbrella so that it covered him and left her out in the drizzle. "And so should I," responded he softly. "Listen to me. For hours and hours I have been longing for the dear old hills in which you found me. I want to crawl out of Edelweiss and lose myself forever in the rocks and crags. Tonight, when you saw me, I was trying to say goodbye to you forever. I was trying to make up my mind to desert. I could not endure the new order of things. You had cast me off. My friends out there were eager to have me with them. In the city, everyone is ready to call me a spy, even you, I thought. Life was black and drear. Now, my princess, it is as bright as heaven itself." "You must not talk like this," she whispered helplessly. "You are making me sorry I called to you." "I should have heard you if you had only whispered, my Rain Princess." "I have no right to talk of love. I am a vagabond, but I have a heart, and it is a bold one. Perhaps I dream that I am here beside you, so near that I can touch your face, but it is the sweetest of dreams. But for it I should have left Edelweiss weeks ago. I shall never awaken from this dream. You cannot rob me of the joys of dreaming." Under the spell of his passion she drew nearer to him as he clung strongly to the rail. The roses at her throat came so close that he could bury his face in them. Her hand touched his cheek, and he kissed its palm again and again, his wet lips stinging her blood to the tips of her toes. "Go away, please," she implored faintly. "Don't you see that you must not stay here now?" "A rose, my princess. One rose to kiss all through the long night," he whispered. She could feel his eyes burning into her heart. With trembling, hurried fingers she tore loose a rose. He could not seize it with his hands because of the position he held, and she laughed tantalizingly. Then she kissed it first and pressed it against his mouth. His lips and teeth closed over the stem and the rose was his. "There are thorns," she whispered, ever so softly. "They are the riches of the poor," he murmured with difficulty, but she understood. "Now go," she said, drawing resolutely away. An instant later his head disappeared below the rail. Peering over the side she saw his figure spring easily to the ground, and then came the rapid, steady tramp as he went away on his dreary patrol. "I couldn't help it," she was whispering to herself between joy and shame. Glancing instinctively out toward the solitary lamp, she saw two men standing in its light. One of them was General Marlanx, the other she knew to be the spy that watched Baldos. Her heart sank like lead when she saw that the two were peering intently toward the balcony where she stood, and where Baldos had clung but a moment before. End of Chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of Beverly of Graustark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patricia Rutledge of Yorba Linda, California. Beverly of Graustark by George Barr McCutcheon. Chapter 22. A Proposal. She shrank back with a great dread in her heart. Marlanx of all men! Why was he in the park at this hour of the night? There could be but one answer, and the very thought of it almost suffocated her. He was drawing the net with his own hands. He was spying with his own eyes. For a full minute it seemed to her that her heart would stop beating. How long had he been standing there? What had he seen or heard? Involuntarily she peered over the rail for a glimpse of Baldos. He had gone out into the darkness, missing the men at the lamp post, either by choice or through pure good fortune. A throb of thankfulness assailed her heart. She was not thinking of her position, but of his. Again she drew stealthily away from the rail, possessed of a ridiculous feeling that her form was as plain to the vision as if it were broad daylight. The tread of a man impelled her to glance below once more before fleeing to her room. Marlanx was coming toward the veranda. She fled swiftly, pausing at the window to lower the friendly but forgotten umbrella. From below came the sibilant hiss of a man seeking to attract her attention. Once more she stopped to listen. The hiss was repeated, and then her own name was called softly but imperatively. It was beyond the power of woman to keep from laughing. It struck her as irresistibly funny that the Iron Count should be standing out there in the rain, signaling her like a lovesick boy. Once she was inside, however, it did not seem so amusing. Still, it gave her an immense amount of satisfaction to slam the windows loudly, as if in pure defiance. Then she closed the blinds, shutting out the night completely. Turning up the light at her dressing table, she sat down in a state of sudden collapse. For a long time she stared at her face in the mirror. She saw the red of shame and embarrassment mount to her cheeks, and then she covered her eyes with her hands. "Oh, what a fool you've been!" she half sobbed, shrinking from the mirror as if it were an accuser. She prepared for bed with frantic haste. Just as she was about to scramble in and hide her face in the pillows, a shocking thought came to her. The next, she was at the windows, and the slats were closed with a rattle like a volley of firearms. Then she jumped into bed. She wondered if the windows were locked. Out she sprang again like a flash, and her little bare feet scurried across the room, first to the windows, then to the door. "Now, I reckon I'm safe," she murmured a moment later, again getting into bed. "I love to go to sleep with the rain pattering outside like that. Oh dear, I'm so sorry he has to walk all night in this rain. Poor fellow. I wonder where he is now. Goodness, it's raining cats and dogs." But in spite of the rain, she could not go to sleep. Vague fears began to take possession of her. Something dreadful told her that Count Marlanx was on the balcony and at her window, notwithstanding the rainpour. The fear became oppressive, maddening. She felt the man's presence almost as strongly as if he were in plain view. He was there. She knew it. The little revolver that had served her so valiantly at the night of the Hawk and Raven lay upon a stool near the bedside every night. Consumed by the fear that the window might open slowly at any moment, she reached forth and clutched the weapon. Then she shrank back in the bed, her eyes fixed upon the black space across the room. For hours she shivered and waited for the window to open, dozing away time and again, only to come back to wakefulness with a start. The next morning she confessed to herself that her fears had been silly. Her first act after breakfasting alone in her room was to seek out Colonel Quinnox, commander of the castle guard. In her mind she was greatly troubled over the fate of the bold visitor of the night before. There was a warm red glow in her face and a quick beat in her heart as she crossed the parade ground. Vagabond though he was, he had conquered where princes had failed. Her better judgment told her that she could be nothing to this debonair knight of the road, yet her heart stubbornly resisted all the arguments that her reason put forth. Colonel Quinnox was pleasant, but he could give Beverly no promise of leniency in regard to Baldos. Instructions had come to him from General Marlanx, and he could not set them aside at will. Her plea that he might once more be assigned to old-time duties found the colonel regretfully obdurate. Baldos could not ride with her again until Marlanx withdrew the order which now obtained. Beverly swallowed her pride and resentment diplomatically, smiled her sweetest upon the distressed colonel, and marched defiantly back to the castle. Down in her rebellious, insulted heart she was concocting all sorts of plans for revenge. Chief among them was the terrible overthrow of the Iron Count. Her wide scope of vengeance even contemplated the destruction of Graustark if her end could be obtained in no other way. Full of these bitter-sweet thoughts, she came to the castle doors before she saw who was waiting for her upon the great veranda. As she mounted the steps, a preoccupied frown upon her brow, General Marlanx, lean, crafty, and confident, advanced to greet her. The early hour was responsible for the bright solitude which marked the place, but few signs of life were in evidence about the castle. She stopped with a sharp exclamation of surprise. Then scorn and indignation rushed in to fill the place of astonishment. She faced the smiling old man with anger in her eyes. "Good morning," he said, extending his hand, which she did not see. She was wondering how much he had seen and heard at midnight. "I thought the troops were massing this morning," she said coldly. "Don't you mass too?" "There is time enough for that, my dear. I came to have a talk with you. In private," he said meaningly. "It is sufficiently private here, Count Marlanx. What have you to say to me?" "I want to talk to you about last night. You were very reckless to do what you did." "Oh, You were playing the spying, then? She asked scornfully. An involuntary observer, believe me, and a jealous one. I had hoped to win the affections of an innocent girl. What I saw last night shocked me beyond expression. Well, you shouldn't have looked, she retorted, tossing her chin, and the red feather in her hat bobbed angrily. I am surprised that one as clever as you could have carried on an amour so incautiously, he said blandly. What do you mean? I mean that I saw everything that occurred. Well, I'm not ashamed of it, obstinately. Goodbye, Count Marlanx. One moment, please. I cannot let you off so easily. What right had you to take that man into your room, a place sacred in the palace of Graustark? Answer me, Miss Calhoun. Beverly drew back in horror and bewilderment. Into my room? She gasped. Let us waste no time in subterfuge. I saw him come from your window, and I saw all that passed between you in the balcony. Love's eyes are keen. What occurred in your chamber I can only— Stop! How dare you say such a thing to me? She fiercely cried. You miserable coward! You know he was not in my room. Take it back! Take back every word of that lie! She was white with passion, cold with terror. Bah! This is childish. I am not the only one who saw him, my dear. He was in your room, you were in his arms. It's useless to deny it. And to think that I have spared him from death to have it come to this. You need not look so horrified. Your secret is safe with me. I come to make terms with you. My silence in exchange for your beauty. It's worth it to you. One word from me, you are disgraced, and Baldos dies. Come, my fair lady, give me your promise. It's a good bargain for both. Beverly was trembling like a leaf. This phase of his villainy had not occurred to her. She was like a bird trying to avoid the charmed eye of the serpent. Oh, you miserable wretch! She cried, hoarse with anger and despair. What a cur you are! You know you are not speaking the truth. How can you say such things to me? I have never wronged you. She was almost in tears, impotent with shame and fear. It has been a pretty game of love for you and the excellent Baldos. You have deceived those who love you best and trust you most. What will the princess say when she hears of last night's merry escapade? What will she say when she learns who was hostess to a common guardsman at the midnight hour? It is no wonder that you look terrified. It is for you to say whether she is to know or not. You can bind me to silence. You have lost Baldos. Take me and all that I can give you in his stead, and the world never shall know the truth. You love him, I know, and there is but one way to save him. Say the word and he goes free to the hills. Decline, and his life is not worth a breath of air. And pretending to believe this of me, you still ask me to be your wife? What kind of man are you? She demanded, scarcely able to speak. My wife, he said harshly. Oh no, you are not the wife of Baldos, he added significantly. Good God, gasped Beverly, crushed by the brutality of it all. I would sooner die. Would to heaven my father were here, he would shoot you as he would a dog. Oh, how I loathe you. Don't you try to stop me. I shall go to the princess myself. She shall know what manner of beast you are. She was racing up the steps, flaming with anger and shame. Remember, I can prove what I have said. Beware what you do. I love you so much that now I ask you to become my wife. Think well over it. Your honor and his life. It rests with you, he cried eagerly, following her to the door. You disgusting old fool, she hissed, turning upon him as she pulled the big brass knocker on the door. I must have my answer tonight, or you know what will happen, he snarled. But he felt in his heart that he had lost through his eagerness. She flew to Yetive's boudoir, consumed by rage and mortification. Between sobs and feminine maledictions, she poured the whole story in all its ugliness into the ears of the princess. "Now, Yetive, you have to stand by me in this," announced the narrator conclusively, her eyes beaming hopefully through her tears. "I cannot prevent General Marlanx from preferring serious charges against Baldos, dear. I know he was not in your room last night. You did not have to tell me that, because I saw you both at the balcony rail." Beverly's face took on such a radiant look of rejoicing that Yetive was amply paid for the surprising and gratifying acknowledgment of a second period of eavesdropping. "You may depend upon me to protect you from Marlanx. He can make it very unpleasant for Baldos, but he shall pay dearly for this insult to you. He has gone too far." "I don't think he has any proof against Baldos," said Beverly, thinking only of the guardsman. "But it is so easy to manufacture evidence, my dear. The Iron Count has set his heart upon having you, and he is not the man to be turned aside so easily. He seems to think he can get wives as easily as he gets rid of them, I observe. I was going back to Washington soon, Yetive, but I'll stay on now and see this thing to the end. He can't scare Calhoun, no siree. I'll telegraph for my brother Dan to come over here and punch his head to pieces." Now, don't be so high and mighty, dear. Let's see how rational we can be," said the princess gently. Whereupon the hot-headed girl from Dixie suspended hostilities and became a very demure young woman. Before long she was confessing timidly, then boldly, that she loved Baldos better than anything in all the world. "I can't help it, Yetive. I know I oughtn't to, but what is there to do when one can't help it? There would be an awful row at home if I married him. Of course, he hasn't asked me. Maybe he won't. In fact, I'm sure he won't. I shan't give him a chance. But if he does ask me, I'll just keep putting him off. I've done it before, you know. You see, for a long, long time I fancied he might be a prince, but he isn't at all. I've had his word for it. He's just an ordinary person, well, like I am. Only he doesn't look so ordinary. Isn't he handsome, Yetive? And dear me, he is so impulsive. If he had asked me to jump over the balcony rail with him last night, I believe I would have done it. Wouldn't that have surprised old Marlanx?" Beverly gave a merry laugh. The troubles of the morning seemed to fade away under the warmth of her humor. Yetive sat back and marveled at the manner in which this blithe young American cast out the blue devils. "You must not do anything foolish, Beverly," she cautioned. "Your parents would never forgive me if I allowed you to marry, or even to fall in love with any Tom, Dick, or Harry over here. Baldos may be the gallant, honest gentleman we believe him to be, but he also may be the worst of adventurers. One can never tell, dear. I wish now that I had not humored you in your plan to bring him to the castle. I'm afraid I have done wrong. You have seen too much of him, and oh, well, you will be sensible, won't you, dear?" There was real concern in the face of the princess. Beverly kissed her rapturously. "Don't worry about me, Yetive. I know how to take care of myself. Worry about your old Gabrielle if you like, but don't bother your head about me," she cried airily. "Now, let's talk about the war. Marlanx won't do anything until he hears from me. What's the use worrying?" Nightfall brought General Marlanx in from the camps outside the gates. He came directly to the castle and boldly sent word to Beverly that he must speak to her at once. She promptly answered that she did not want to see him and would not. Without a moment's hesitation he appealed for an audience with the princess, and it was granted. He proceeded, with irate coolness, to ask how far she believed herself bound to protect the person of Baldos, the guard. He understood that she was under certain obligations to Miss Calhoun, and he wanted to be perfectly sure of his position before taking a step which now seemed imperative. Baldos was a spy in the employ of Dawsbergen. He had sufficient proof to warrant his arrest and execution. There were documents, and there was positive knowledge that he had conferred with strangers from time to time, even within the walls of the castle grounds. Marlanx cited instances in which Baldos had been seen talking to a strange old man inside the grounds, and professed to have proof that he had gone so far as to steal away by night to meet men beyond the city walls. He was now ready to seize the guard, but would not do so until he had conferred with his sovereign. Miss Calhoun tells me that you have made certain proposals to her, Count Marlanx, said Yetive coldly, her eyes upon his hawkish face. I have asked her to be my wife, your highness. You have threatened her, Count Marlanx. She has exposed herself to you. I would not have told what I saw last night. Would it interest you to know that I saw everything that passed on the balcony last night? You will allow me to say, General, that you have behaved in a most outrageous manner in approaching my guest with such foul proposals. Stop, sir. She has told me everything, and I believe her. I believe my own eyes. There is no need to discuss the matter further. You have lost the right to be called a man. For the present, I have only to say that you shall be relieved of the command of my army. The man who makes war on women is not fit to serve one. As for Baldos, you are at liberty to prefer the charges. He shall have a fair trial, rest assured. Your highness, hear me, implored Marlanx, white to the roots of his hair. I will hear what you have to say when my husband is at my side. I can but stand condemned, then, your highness, without a hearing. My vindication will come, however. With your permission I retire to contrive the arrest of this spy. You may depose me, but you cannot ask me to neglect my duty to Graustark. I have tried to save him for Miss Calhoun's sake, but her hand was pointing to the door. 10 minutes later, Beverly was hearing everything from the lips of the princess, and Marlanx was cursing his way toward the barracks, vengeance in his heart. But a swift messenger from the castle reached the guard-room ahead of him. Colonel Quinnox was reading an official note from the princess when Marlanx strode angrily into the room. "Bring this fellow Baldos to me, Colonel Quinnox," he said, without greeting. "I regret to say that I have but this instant received a message from her highness, commanding me to send him to the castle," said Quinnox, with a smile. "The devil! What foolishness is this?" snarled the Iron Count. "Have a care, sir," said Quinnox stiffly. "It is of the princess you speak." "Bah! I am here to order the man's arrest. It is more important, then. Nevertheless, sir, he goes to the castle first. This note says that I am to disregard any command you may give until further notice." Marlanx fell back amazed and stunned. At this juncture Baldos entered the room. Quinnox handed him an envelope, telling him that it was from the princess and that he was to repair at once to the castle. Baldos glanced at the handwriting, and his face lit up proudly. "I am ready to go, sir," he said, passing the Iron Count with a most disconcerting smile on his face. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Beverly of Graustark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda McDaniel. Beverly of Graustark by George Barr McCutcheon. Chapter 23 A Shot in the Darkness. Baldos started off at once for the castle, his heart singing. In the darkness of the night he kissed the message which had come to him from Her Highness. The envelope had been closed with the official seal of Yetive, Princess of Graustark, and was sacred to the eyes of anyone save the man to whom it was directed. The words it contained were burned deep in his brain. "You are ordered to report for duty in the castle. Come at once. Her Highness has sent an official command to Colonel Quinnox. Colonel Marlanx has been here. You are not expected to desert until you have seen me. There is an underground passage somewhere. B." Baldos went alone and swiftly. The note to Colonel Quinnox had been imperative. He was to serve as an inner guard until further orders. Someone, it was reported, had tried to enter Miss Calhoun's room from the outside during the rainstorm of the previous night, and a special guard was to be stationed near the door. All of this was unknown to Baldos, but he did not ask for any explanations. He was halfway to the castle when the sharp report of a gun startled him. A bullet whizzed close to his ear. Baldos broke into a crouching run, but he did not change his course. He knew that the shot was intended for him, and that its mission was to prevent him from reaching the castle. The attendants at the castle door admitted him, panting and excited, and he was taken immediately to the enchanted boudoir of the princess, which but few men were fortunate enough to enter. There were 3 women in the room. "I am here to report, your Highness," said he, bowing low before the real princess, with a smile upon his flushed face. "You are prompt," said the princess. "What have you to report, sir?" "That an attempt has just been made to kill a member of the castle guard," he coolly answered. "Impossible!" "I am quite certain of it, your Highness. The bullet almost clipped my ear." "Good heavens!" gasped the listeners. Then they eagerly plied him with more agitated questions than he could answer. "And you did not pursue the wretch?" cried the princess. "No, your Highness. I was commanded to report to you at once. Only the success of the assassin could have made me well, hesitate," said he calmly. "A soldier has but to obey." "Do you think there was a deliberate attempt to kill you?" asked the Countess Dagmar. Beverly Calhoun was dumb with consternation. "I cannot say, madame. Possibly it was an accidental discharge. One should not make accusations unsupported. If you have no immediate need of my services, your Highness, I will ask you to grant me leave of absence for half an hour. I have a peculiar longing to investigate." There was a determined gleam in his eyes. "No, no!" cried Beverly. "Don't you dare to go out there again. You are to stay right here in the castle, sir. We have something else for you to do. It was that awful old Marlanx who shot at you. "I left General Marlanx in Colonel Quinnox's quarters, Miss Calhoun," interposed Baldos grimly. "He could not have fired the shot. For 2 or 3 nights, your Highness, I have been followed and dogged with humiliating persistence by 2 men wearing the uniforms of castle guards. They do not sleep at the barracks. May I ask what I have done to be submitted to such treatment?" There was a trace of poorly concealed indignation in his voice. "I assure you that this is news to me," said Yetive in amazement. "I am being watched as if I were a common thief," he went on boldly. "These men are not your agents. They are not the agents of Graustark. May I be permitted to say that they are spies set upon me by a man who has an object in disgracing me? Who that man is, I leave to your royal conjecture." "Marlanx?" "Yes, your Highness. He bears me a deadly grudge, and yet he fears me. I know full well that he and his agents have built a strong case against me. They are almost ready to close in upon me, and they will have false evidence so craftily prepared that even my truest friends may doubt my loyalty to you and to the cause I serve. Before God, I have been true to my oath. I am loyal to Graustark. It was a sorry day when I left the valley and "Oh!" cried Beverly piteously. "Don't say that." "Alas, Miss Calhoun, it is true," said he sadly. "I am penned up here where I cannot fight back. Treason is laid against me. But beyond all this I have permitted my loyalty to mislead my ambition. I have aspired to something I can cherish but never possess. Better that I never should have tasted of the unattainable than to have the cup withdrawn just as its sweetness begins to intoxicate." He stood before them, pale with suppressed emotion. The women of Graustark looked involuntarily at Beverly, who sat cold and voiceless, staring at the face of the guard. She knew what he meant. She knew that something was expected of her. A word from her and he would understand that he had not tasted of the unattainable. In one brief moment she saw that she had deliberately led him on, that she had encouraged him, that she actually had proffered him the cup from which he had begun to sip the bitterness. Pride and love were waging a conflict in this hapless Southern girl's heart, but she was silent. She could not say the word. "I think I know what you mean, Baldos," said Yetive. Seeing that Beverly would not intervene, "we are sorry. No one trusts to your honor more than I do. My husband believes in you. I will confess that you are to be arrested as a spy tomorrow. Tonight you are to serve as a guard in the castle. This should prove to you that I have unbounded faith in you. Moreover, I believe in you to the extent that I should not be afraid to trust you if you were to go out into the world with every secret which we possess. You came here under a peculiar stress of circumstances, not wholly of your own volition. Believe me, I am your friend." "I shall revere your highness forever for those words," said he simply. His eyes went hungrily to Beverly's averted face, and then assumed a careless gleam which indicated that he had resigned himself to the inevitable. "I am constrained to ask you one more question, sir," went on the princess. "You are not the common goat hunter you assume. Will you tell me in confidence who you really are?" The others held their breath. He hesitated for a moment. "Will it suffice if I say that I am an unfortunate friend and advocate of Prince Dantan? I have risked everything for his sake, and I fear I have lost everything. I have failed to be of service to him, but through no fault of mine, fate has been against me." "You are Christobal," cried Dagmar eagerly. He gave her a startled glance, but offered no denial. Beverly's face was a study. If he were Christobal, then what of the game warden's daughter? "We shall question you no further," said Yetive. "You enlisted to serve Miss Calhoun. It is for her to command you while you are here. May God be with you to the end. Miss Calhoun, will you tell him what his duties are for tonight? Come, my dear." Yetive and Dagmar walked slowly from the room, leaving Beverly and her guard alone. "I am at your service, Miss Calhoun," he said easily. His apparent indifference stung her into womanly revolt. "I was a fool last night," she said abruptly. "No, I was the fool. I have been the fool from the beginning. You shall not blame yourself, for I do not blame you. It has been a sweet comedy, a summer pastime. Forget what I may have said to you last night. Forget what my eyes may have said for weeks and weeks." "I shall never forget," said she. "You deserve the best in the world. Would that I could give it to you. You have braved many dangers for my sake. I shall not forget. Do you know that we were watched last night?" "Watched?" he cried incredulously. "Oh, fool that I am! I might have known. And I have subjected you to don't tell me that harsh things have been said to you, Miss Calhoun." He was deeply disturbed. "General Marlanx saw you. He has threatened me, Baldos. I will kill him. What do I care for the consequences? He shall pay dearly for Stop! Where are you going? You are to remain here, sir, and take your commands from me. I don't want you to kill him. They'd hang you or something just as bad. He's going to be punished, never fear." Baldos smiled in spite of his dismay. It was impossible to face this confident young champion in petticoats without catching her enthusiasm. "What have you done with that rose?" she asked suddenly, flushing and diffident. Her eyes glistened with embarrassment. "It lies next to my heart. I love it," he said bravely. "I think I'll command you to return it to me," vaguely. "A command to be disobeyed. It is in exchange for my feather," he smiled confidently. "Well, of course, if you are going to be mean about Now let me see," she said confusedly. "What are your duties for tonight? You are to stand guard in the corridor. Once in a while you will go out upon the balcony and take a look. You see, I'm afraid of someone. Oh, Baldos, what's the use of my trifling like this? You are to escape from Edelweiss tonight. That is the whole plan, the whole idea in a nutshell. Don't look like that. Don't you want to go?" Now she was trembling with excitement. I do not want to leave you, he cried eagerly. It would be cowardly. Marlanx would understand that you gave aid and sanction. You would be left to face the charges he would make. Don't you see, Beverly? You would be implicated. You would be accused. Why did you not let me kill him? No, I will not go. Neither noticed the name by which he had called her. But I insist, she cried weakly. You must go away from me. I command you to. It is because you want to drive me out of your life forever? He demanded, sudden understanding coming to him. Don't put it that way, she murmured. Is it because you care for me that you want me to go? He insisted, drawing near. Is it because you fear the love I bear for you? Love? You don't really. Stop. Remember where you are, sir. You must not go on with it, Baldos. Don't come a step nearer. Do go tonight. It is for the best. I have been awfully wicked in letting it run on as it has. Forgive me. Please forgive me, she pleaded. He drew back, pale and hurt. A great dignity settled upon his face. His dark eyes crushed her with their quiet scorn. I understand, Miss Calhoun. The play is over. You will find the luckless vagabond a gentleman, after all. You ask me to desert the cause I serve. That is enough. I shall go tonight. The girl was near to surrender. Had it not been for the persistent fear that her proud old father might suffer from her willfulness, she would have thrown down the barrier and risked everything in the choice. Her heart was crying out hungrily for the love of this tall, mysterious soldier of fortune. It is best, she murmured finally. Later on she was to know the meaning of the peculiar smile he gave her. I go because you dismiss me, not because I fear an enemy. If you choose to remember me at all, be just enough to believe that I am not a shameless coward. You are brave and true and good, and I am a miserable, deceitful wretch, she lamented. You will seek Ravone and the others? Yes, they are my friends. They love my poverty. And now, may it please your highness, when am I to go forth, and in what garb? I should no longer wear the honest uniform of a Graustark guard. Leave it to me. Everything shall be arranged. You will be discreet. No one is to know that I am your... Rest assured, Miss Calhoun, I have a closed mouth. And he smiled contemptuously. I agree with you, said she regretfully. You know how to hold your tongue. He laughed harshly. For once in a way, will you answer a question? I will not promise. You say that you are Danton's friend. Is it true that he is to marry the daughter of the Duke of Matz, Countess Iolanda? It has been so reported. Is she beautiful? Yes, exceedingly. But is he to marry her? She insisted, she knew not why. How should I know, your highness? If you call me your highness again, I'll despise you, she flared miserably. Another question. Is it true that the young Duke Cristobal fled because his father objected to his marriage with a game warden's daughter? I have never heard so, with a touch of hauteur. Does he know that the girl is dead? She asked cruelly. Baldos did not answer for a long time. He stared at her steadily, his eyes expressing no emotion from which she could judge him. I think he is ignorant of that calamity, Miss Calhoun, he said. With your permission, I shall withdraw. There is nothing to be gained by delay. It was such a palpable affront that she shrank within herself and could have cried. Without answering, she walked unsteadily to the window and looked out into the night. A mist came into her eyes. For many minutes she remained there, striving to regain control of her emotions. All this time she knew that he was standing just where she had left him, like a statue, awaiting her command. At last she faced him resolutely. You will receive instructions as to your duties here from the guard at the stairs. When you hear the hall clock strike the hour of 2 in the morning, go into the chapel, but do not let anyone see you or suspect. You know where it is. The door will be unlocked. Am I not to see you again? He asked, and she did not think him properly depressed. Yes, she answered, after a pause that seemed like an eternity, and he went quietly, silently away. End of chapter 23. Recording by Linda McDaniel, Atlanta, Georgia, March 2009. Chapter 24 of Beverly of Graustark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda McDaniel. Beverly of Graustark by George Barr McCutcheon. Chapter 24, Beneath the Ground. While Baldos was standing guard in the long, lofty hallway, the Iron Court was busy with the machinations which were calculated to result in a startling upheaval with the break of a new day. He prepared and swore to the charges preferred against Baldos. They were dispatched to the princess for her perusal in the morning. Then he set about preparing the vilest accusations against Beverly Calhoun. In his own handwriting and over his own signature, he charged her with complicity in the betrayal of Graustark, influenced by the desires of the lover who masqueraded as her protege. At some length he dwelled upon the well-laid plot of the spy and his accomplice. He told of their secret meetings, their outrages against the dignity of the court, and their unmistakable animosity toward Graustark. For each and every count in his vicious indictment against the girl he professed to have absolute proof by means of more than one reputable witness. It was not the design of Marlanx to present this document to the princess and her cabinet. He knew full well that it would meet the fate it deserved. It was intended for the eyes of Beverly Calhoun alone. By means of the vile accusations, false though they were, he hoped to terrorize her into submission. He longed to possess this lithe, beautiful creature from over the sea. In all his life he had not hungered for anything as he now craved Beverly Calhoun. He saw that his position in the army was rendered insecure by the events of the last day. A bold, vicious stroke was his only means for securing the prize he had longed for more than he longed for honor and fame. Restless and enraged, consumed by jealousy and fear, he hung about the castle grounds long after he had drawn the diabolical charges. He knew that Baldos was inside the castle, favored, while he, a noble of the realm, was relegated to ignominy and the promise of degradation. Encamped outside the city walls, the army lay without a leader. Each hour saw the numbers augmented by the arrival of reserve from the districts of the principality. His place was out there with the staff, yet he could not drag himself away from the charmed circle in which his prey was sleeping. Morose and grim, he anxiously paced to and fro in an obscure corner of the grounds. "What keeps the scoundrel?" he said to himself angrily. Presently a villainous-looking man, dressed in the uniform of the guards, stealthily approached. "I missed him, General, but I will get him the next time," growled the man. "Curse you for a fool!" hissed Marlanx through his teeth, as another hireling came up. "What have you got to say?" The man reported that Baldos had been seen on the balcony alone, evidently on watch. Marlanx ground his teeth and his blood stormed his reason. "The job must be done tonight. You have your instructions. Capture him if possible, but if necessary, kill him. You know your fate if you fail." Marlanx actually grinned at the thought of the punishment he would mete out to them. "Now be off!" Rashly he made his way to the castle front. A bright moon cast its mellow glow over the mass of stone outlined against the western sky. For an hour he glowered in the shade of the trees, giving but slight heed to the guards who passed from time to time. His eyes never left the enchanted balcony. At last he saw the man. Baldos came from the floor at the end of the balcony, paced the full length in the moonlight, paused for a moment near Beverly Calhoun's window, and then disappeared through the same door that had afforded him egress. Inside the dark castle, the clock at the end of the hall melodiously boomed the hour of 2. Dead quiet followed the soft echoes of the gong. A tall figure stealthily opened the door to Yetive's chapel and stepped inside. There was a streak of moonlight through the clear window at the far end of the room. Baldos, his heart beating rapidly, stood still for a moment, awaiting the next move in the game. The ghost-like figure of a woman suddenly stood before him in the path of the moonbeam, a hooded figure in dark robes. He started as if confronted by the supernatural. "Come," came in an agitated whisper, and he stepped to the side of the phantom. He turned, and the moonlight fell upon the face of Beverly Calhoun. "Don't speak. Follow me as quickly as you can." He grasped her arm, bringing her to a standstill. "I have changed my mind," he whispered in her ear. "Do you think I will run away and leave you to shoulder the blame for all this? On the balcony near your window an hour ago I—" "It doesn't make any difference," she argued. "You have to go. I want you to go. If you knew just how I feel toward you, you would go without a murmur." "You mean that you hate me," he groaned. "I wouldn't be so unkind as to say that," she fluttered. "I don't know who you are. Come, we can't delay a minute. I have a key to the gate at the other end of the passage, and I know where the secret panel is located. Hush! It doesn't matter where I got the key. See how easy it is." He felt her tense little fingers in the darkness searching for his. Their hands were icy cold when the clasp came. Together they stood in a niche of the wall near the chancel rail. It was dark, and a cold draught of air blew across their faces. He could not see, but there was proof enough that she had opened the secret panel in the wall, and that the damp, chill air came from the underground passage which led to a point outside the city walls. "You go first," she whispered nervously. "I'm afraid. There is a lantern on the steps, and I have some matches. We'll light it as soon as— Oh, what was that?" "Don't be frightened," he said. "I think it was a rat." "Good gracious!" she gasped. "I wouldn't go in there for the world." "You mean to say that you intended to do so?" he asked eagerly. "Certainly. Someone has to return the key to the outer gate. Oh, I suppose I'll have to go in. You'll keep them off, won't you?" plaintively. He was smiling in the darkness, thinking what a dear, whimsical thing she was. "With my life," he said softly. "You're 10 times worse than lions," she announced. "You must not forget that you return alone," he said triumphantly. "But I'll have the lantern going full blast," she said, and then allowed him to lead her into the narrow passageway. She closed the panel and then felt about with her foot until it located the lantern. In a minute they had a light. "Now don't be afraid," she said encouragingly. He laughed in pure delight. She misunderstood his mirth and was conscious of a new and almost unendurable pang. He was filled with exhilaration over the prospect of escape. Somehow she felt an impulse to throw her arms about him and drag him back into the chapel, in spite of the ghost of the game warden's daughter. "What is to prevent me from taking you with me?" he said intensely, a mighty longing in his breast. She laughed, but drew back uneasily. "And live unhappily ever afterward?" said she. "Oh, dear me, isn't this a funny proceeding? Just think of me, Beverly Calhoun, being mixed up in schemes and plots and intrigues and all that. It seems like a great big dream. And that reminds me, you will find a raincoat at the foot of the steps. I couldn't get other clothes for you, so you'll have to wear the uniform. There's a stiff hat of Mr. Lorry's also. You've no idea how difficult it is for a girl to collect clothes for a man. There doesn't seem to be any real excuse for it, you know. Goodness, it looks black ahead there, doesn't it? I hate underground things. They're so damp and all that. How far is it, do you suppose, to the door in the wall?" She was chattering on, simply to keep up her courage and to make her fairest show of composure. "It is a little more than 300 yards," he replied. They were advancing through the low, narrow, stone-lined passage. She steadfastly ignored the hand he held back for support. It was not a pleasant place, this underground way to the outside world. The walls were damp and moldy. The odor of the rank earth assailed the nostrils. The air was chill and deathlike. "How do you know?" she demanded quickly. "I have traversed the passage before, Miss Calhoun," he replied. She stopped like one paralyzed, her eyes wide and incredulous. "Franz was my guide from the outer gate into the chapel. It is easy enough to get outside the walls, but extremely difficult to return," he went on easily. "You mean to say that you have been in and out by way of this passage? Then what was your object, sir?" she demanded sternly. "My desire to communicate with friends who could not enter the city. Will it interest you if I say that the particular object of my concern was a young woman?" She gasped and was stubbornly silent for a long time. Bitter resentment filled her soul, bitter disappointment in this young man. A young woman, he had said, oh, so insolently. There could be but one inference, one conclusion. The realization of it settled one point in her mind forever. "It wouldn't interest me in the least. I don't even care who she was. Permit me to wish you much joy with her. Why don't you go on?" irritably, forgetting that it was she who delayed progress. His smile was invisible in the blackness above the lantern. There were no words spoken until after they had reached the little door in the wall. Here the passage was wider. There were casks and chests on the floor, evidently containing articles that required instant removal from Edelweiss in case of an emergency. "Who was that woman?" she asked at last. The key to the door was in the nervous little hand. "One very near and dear to me, Miss Calhoun. That's all I can say at this time." "Well, this is the only time you will have the chance," she cried loftily. "Here we part. Hush!" she whispered, involuntarily grasping his arm. "I think I heard a step. Can anyone be following us?" They stopped and listened. It was as still as a tomb. "It must be the same old rat," he answered jokingly. She was too nervous for any pleasantries, and releasing her hold on his arm, said timidly a good-bye. "Am I to go in this manner? Have you no kind word for me? I love you better than my soul. It is of small consequence to you, I know, but I crave one forgiving word. It may be the last." He clasped her hand, and she did not withdraw it. Her lips were trembling, but her eyes were brave and obstinate. Suddenly she sat down on one of the chests. If he had not told her of the other woman! "Forgive me instead, for all that I have brought you to," she murmured. "It was all my fault. I shall never forget you or forgive myself. I am going back to Washington immediately. I can't bear to stay here now. Good bye, and God bless you. Do you think we can ever see each other again?" Unconsciously she was clinging to his hand. There were tears in the gray eyes that looked pathetically up into his. She was very dear and enchanting, down there in the gruesome passageway, with the fitful rays of the lantern lighting her face. Only the strictest self-control kept him from seizing her in his arms, for something told him that she would have surrendered. "This is the end, I fear," he said, with grim persistence. She caught her breath in half a sob. Then she arose resolutely, although her knees trembled shamelessly. "Well, then, good bye," she said very steadily. "You are free to go where and to whom you like. Think of me once in a while, Baldos. Here's the key. Hurry. I can't stand it much longer." She was ready to break down, and he saw it, but he made no sign. Turning the key in the rusty lock, he cautiously opened the door. The moonlit world lay beyond. A warm, intoxicating breath of fresh air came in upon them. He suddenly stooped and kissed her hand. "Forgive me for having annoyed you with my poor love," he said, as he stood in the door, looking into the night beyond. All right," she choked out, as she started to close the door after him. "Halt! You are our prisoner!" The words rang out sharply in the silence of the night. Instinctively Beverly made an attempt to close the door, but she was too late. Two burly, villainous-looking men, sword in hand, blocked the exit and advanced upon them. "Back! Back!" Baldos shouted to Beverly, drawing his sword. Like a flash she picked up the lantern and sprang out of his way. Capture or worse seemed certain, but her heart did not fail her. "Put up your sword! You are under arrest!" came the foremost of the two. He had heard enough of Baldos's skill with the sword to hope that the ruse might be successful and that he would surrender peaceably to numbers. The men's instructions were to take their quarry alive if possible. The reward for the man living exceeded that for him dead. Baldos instantly recognized them as spies employed by Marlanx. They had been dogging his footsteps for days, and even had tried to murder him. The desire for revenge was working like madness in his blood. He was overjoyed at having them at the point of his sword. Beverly's presence vouchsafed that he would show little mercy. "Arrest me, you cowardly curs!" he exclaimed. "Never!" With a spring to one side he quickly overturned one of the casks, and pushing it in front of him, it served as a rolling bulwark, preventing a joint attack. "You first," he cried coolly, as his sword met that of the leader. The unhappy wretch was no match for the finest swordsman in Graustark. He made a few desperate attempts to ward off his inevitable fate, calling loudly for his comrade to aid him. The latter was eager enough, but Baldos's strategic roll of the cask effectively prevented him from taking a hand. With a vicious thrust, the blade of the goat hunter tore clean through the man's chest and touched the wall behind. "One!" cried Baldos, gloating in the chance that had come to him. The man gasped and fell. He was none too quick at withdrawing his dripping weapon, for the second man was over the obstacle and upon him. End of chapter 24. Recording by Linda McDaniel, April 2009. Chapter 25 of Beverly of Graustark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda McDaniel. Beverly of Graustark by George Barr McCutcheon. Chapter 25. The Valor of the South. Hold the lantern higher, Bev. In the fury of the fight, he remembered the risk and importance of not mentioning her name, and stopped short. He was fighting fast but warily, for he realized that his present adversary was no mean one. As the swords played back and forth in fierce thrusts and parries, he spoke reassuringly to Beverly. "Don't be frightened. As soon as I finish with this fellow, we will go on. Ah, bravo! Well parried, my man. How the deuce could such a swordsman as you become a cutthroat of Marlanx?" Beverly had been standing still all this time, holding the light high above her head, according to her lover's orders, for she knew now that such he was and that she loved him with all her heart. She was a weird picture standing there as she watched Baldos fighting for their lives, her beautiful face deathlike in its pallor. Not a cry escaped her lips as the sword blades swished and clashed. She could hear the deep breathing of the combatants in that tomb-like passage. Suddenly she started and listened keenly. From behind her, back there in the darkness, hurried footsteps were unmistakably approaching. What she had heard then was not the scurrying of a rat. Someone was following them. A terrible anguish seized her. Louder and nearer came the heavy steps. "Oh, my God, Baldos!" she screamed in terror. "Another is coming!" "Have no fear, dear one," he sung out gaily. His voice was infinitely more cheerful than he felt, for he realized only too well the desperate situation. He was penned in and forced to meet an attack from front and rear. He fell upon his assailant with redoubled fury, aiming to finish him before the newcomer could give aid. From out of the gloom came a fiendish laugh. Instantly the dark figure of a man appeared, his face completely hidden by a broad slouch hat and the long cloak which enveloped him. A sardonic voice hissed, "Trapped at last! My lady and her lover thought to escape, did they?" The voice was unfamiliar, but the atmosphere seemed charged with Marlanx. "Kill him, Zem!" he shouted. "Don't let him escape you. I will take care of the little witch, never fear." He clutched at the girl and tried to draw her to him. "Marlanx, by all the gods!" cried Baldos in despair. He had wounded his man several times, though not seriously. He dared not turn to Beverly's aid. The scene was thrilling, gruesome. Within this narrow, dimly lighted underground passage, with its musty walls sweating with dampness and thick with the tangled meshes of the spider's web, a brave girl and her lover struggled and fought back to back. To her dismay, Beverly saw the point of a sword at her throat. "Out of the way, girl!" the man in the cloak snarled, furious at her resistance. "You die as well as your lover unless you surrender. He cannot escape me." "And if I refuse?" cried the girl, trying desperately to gain time. "I will drive my blade through your heart and tell the world it was the deed of your lover." Baldos groaned. His adversary, encouraged by the change in the situation, pressed him sorely. "Don't you dare to touch me, Count Marlanx. I know you," she hissed. "I know what you would do with me. It is not for Graustark that you seek his life." The sword came nearer. The words died in her throat. She grew faint. Terror paralyzed her. Suddenly her heart gave a great thump of joy. The resourcefulness of the trapped was surging to her relief. The valor of the South leapt into life. The exhilaration of conflict beat down all her fears. "Take away that sword, then, please," she cried, her voice trembling, but not with terror now. It was exultation. "Will you promise to spare his life? Will you swear to let him go if I—" "No, no, never! God forbid!" implored Baldos. "Ha ha!" chuckled the man in the cloak. "Spare his life! Oh, yes, after my master has reveled in your charms. How do you like that, my handsome goat hunter?" You infernal scoundrel, I'll settle you yet." Baldos fairly fumed with rage. Gathering himself together for a final effort, he rushed madly on his rapidly weakening antagonist. "Baldos!" she cried hopelessly and in a tone of resignation. "I must do it. It is the only way." The man in the cloak, as well as Baldos, was deceived by the girl's cry. He immediately lowered his sword. The lantern dropped from Beverly's hands and clattered to the floor. At the same instant she drew from her pocket her revolver, which she had placed there before leaving the castle, and fired point blank at him. The report sounded like a thunderclap in their ears. It was followed quickly by a sharp cry and imprecation from the lips of her persecutor, who fell, striking his head with a terrible force on the stones. Simultaneously there was a groan and the noise of a limp body slipping to the ground, and Baldos, victor at last, turned in fear and trembling to find Beverly standing unhurt, staring at the black mass at her feet. "Thank God you are safe!" Grasping her hand, he led her out of the darkness into the moonlight. Not a word was spoken as they ran swiftly on until they reached a little clump of trees, not far from one of the gates. Here Baldos gently released her hand. She was panting for breath, but he realized she must not be allowed to risk a moment's delay. She must pass the sentry at once. "Have you the watchword?" he eagerly asked. "Watchword?" she repeated feebly. "Yes, the countersign for the night. It is Ganlook. Keep your face well covered with your hood. Advance boldly to the gates and give the word. There will be no trouble. The guard is used to pleasure seekers returning at all hours of night." "Is he dead?" she asked timorously, returning to the scene of horror. "Only wounded, I think, as are the other men, though they all deserve death." He went with her as close to the gate as he thought safe. Taking her hand, he kissed it fervently. "Good bye. It won't be for long," and disappeared. She stood still and lifeless, staring after him, for ages it seemed. He was gone, gone forever, no doubt. Her eyes grew wilder and wilder with the pity of it all. Pride fled incontinently. She longed to call him back. Then it occurred to her that he was hurrying off to that other woman. No, he said he would return. She must be brave, true to herself, whatever happened. She marched boldly up to the gate, gave the countersign, and passed through, not heeding the curious glances cast upon her by the sentry, turned into the castle, up the grand staircase, and fled to the princess's bedchamber. Beverly, trembling and sobbing, threw herself in the arms of the princess. Incoherently she related all that had happened, then swooned. After she had been restored, the promise of Yetive to protect her, whatever happened, comforted her somewhat. "It must have been Marlanx," moaned Beverly. "Who else could it have been?" replied the princess, who was visibly excited. Summoning all her courage, she went on. "First, we must find out if he is badly hurt. We'll trust to luck. Cheer up!" She touched a bell. There came a knock at the door. A guard was told to enter. "Elos," she exclaimed, "did you hear a shot fired a short time ago?" "I thought I did, your highness, but was not sure." "Baldos the guard was escaping by the secret passage," continued the princess, a wonderful inspiration coming to her rescue. "He passed through the chapel. Miss Calhoun was there. Alone and single-handed she tried to prevent him. It was her duty. He refused to obey her command to stop, and she followed him into the tunnel and fired at him. I'm afraid you are too late to capture him, but you may. Oh, Beverly, how plucky you were to follow him! Go quickly, Elos. Search the tunnel and report at once." As the guard saluted with wonder, admiration, and unbelief, he saw the two conspirators locked in each other's arms. Presently he returned and reported that the guards could find no trace of anyone in the tunnel, but that they found blood on the floor near the exit and that the door was wide open. The two girls looked at each other in amazement. They were dumbfounded, but a great relief was glowing in their eyes. "Elos," inquired the princess, considerably less agitated, "does anyone else know of this?" "No, your highness. There was no one on guard but Max, Baldos, and myself." "Well, for the present, no one else must know of his flight. Do you understand? Not a word to anyone. I myself will explain when the proper time comes. You and Max have been very careless, but I suppose you should not be punished. He has tricked us all. Send Max to me at once." Yes, your highness, said Ellos, and he went away with his head swimming. Max, the other guard, received like orders, and then the two young women sank limply upon a divan. Oh, how clever you are, Yetive, came the American girl. But what next? We may expect to hear something disagreeable from Count Marlanx, my dear, murmured the perplexed but confident princess. But I think we have the game in our own hands, as you would say in America. End of chapter 25. Recording by Linda McDaniel, Atlanta, Georgia, April 2009.
Chapter 26 of Beverly of Graustark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Beverly of Graustark by George Barr McCutcheon. Chapter 26. The Degradation of Marlanx. Aunt Fanny, what is that white thing sticking under the window? Demanded Beverly late the next morning. She was sitting with her face to the windows while the old negress dressed her hair. "Looks like a love letter, Miss Bev'ly," was the answer, as Aunt Fanny gingerly placed an envelope in her mistress's hand. Beverly looked at it in amazement. It was unmistakably a letter, addressed to her, which had been left at her window some time in the night. Her heart gave a thump, and she went red with anticipated pleasure. With eager fingers she tore open the envelope. The first glance at the contents brought disappointment to her face. The missive was from Count Marlanx, but it was a relief to find that he was very much alive and kicking. As she read on, there came a look of perplexity which was succeeded by burning indignation. The man in the cloak was preparing to strike. "Your secret is mine. I know all that happened in the chapel and underground passage. You have betrayed Graustark in aiding this man to escape. The plot was cleverly executed, but you counted without the jealous eye of love. You can save yourself and your honor and perhaps your princess, but the conditions are mine. This time there can be no trifling. I want you to treat me fairly. God help you if you refuse. Give me the answer I want and your secret is safe. I will shield you with my life. At 11 o'clock I shall come to see you. I have in my possession a document that will influence you. You will do well to keep a close mouth until you have seen this paper." This alarming note was all that was needed to restore fire to the lagging blood of the American girl. Its effect was decidedly contrary to that which Marlanx must have anticipated. Instead of collapsing, Beverly sprang to her feet with energy and life in every fiber. Her eyes were flashing brightly, her body quivering with the sensations of battle. "That awful old wretch!" she cried to Aunt Fanny's amazement. "He is the meanest human being in all the world. But he's making the mistake of his life, isn't he, Aunt Fanny? Oh, of course, you don't know what it is, so never mind. We've got a surprise for him. I'll see him at 11 o'clock, and then—" She smiled quite benignly at the thought of what she was going to say to him. Beverly felt very secure in the shadow of the princess. A clatter of horses' hoofs on the parade ground drew her to the balcony. What she saw brought joy to her heart. Lorry and Anguish, muddy and disheveled, were mounting before the castle. "Ah, this is joy! Now there are 3 good Americans here. I'm not afraid," she said bravely. Aunt Fanny nodded her head in approval, although she did not know what it was all about. Curiosity more than alarm made Beverly eager to see the document which old Marlanx held in reserve for her. She determined to meet him at 11. A message from the princess announced the unexpected return of the 2 Americans. She said they were, to use Harry Anguish's own expression, beastly near starvation, and clamored for substantial breakfasts. Beverly was urged to join them and to hear the latest news from the frontier. Lorry and Anguish were full of the excitement on which they had lived for many hours. They had found evidence of raids by the Dawsbergen scouts, and had even caught sight of a small band of fleeing horsemen. Laurie reluctantly admitted that Gabriel's army seemed loyal to him and that there was small hope of a conflict being averted, as he had surmised, through the defection of the people. He was surprised, but not dismayed, when Yetive told him certain portions of the story in regard to Marlanx, and, by no means averse to seeing the old man relegated to the background, heartily endorsed the step taken by his wife. He was fair enough, however, to promise the general a chance to speak in his own defense, if he so desired. He had this in view when he requested Marlanx to come to the castle at 11 o'clock for consultation. "Gabriel is devoting most of his energy now to hunting that poor Dantan into his grave," said Anguish. "I believe he'd rather kill his half-brother than conquer Graustark. Why, the inhuman monster has set himself to the task of obliterating everything that reminds him of Dantan. We learned from spies down there that he issued an order for the death of Dantan's sister, a pretty young thing named Candace, because he believed she was secretly aiding her fugitive brother. She escaped from the palace in Saros a week ago, and no one knows what has become of her. There's a report that she was actually killed, and that the story of her flight is a mere blind on the part of Gabriel." "He would do anything," cried Yetive. "Poor child, they say she is like her English mother, and is charming." "That would set Gabriel against her, I fancy," went on Anguish. "And, by the way, Miss Calhoun, we heard something definite about your friend, Prince Dantan. It is pretty well settled that he isn't Baldos of the Guard. Dantan was seen 2 days ago by a Captain Dangloss's men. He was in the Dawsbergen Pass, and they talked with him and his men. There was no mistake this time. The poor, half-starved chap confessed to being the prince, and begged for food for himself and his followers. I tried to find him, and failing in that, left word in the pass that if he would but cast his lot with us in this trouble, we soon would restore him to his throne," said Laurie. "He may accept, and we shall have him turning up here some day, hungry for revenge. And now, my dear Beverly, how are you progressing with the excellent Baldos, of whom we cannot make a prince, no matter how hard we try?" Beverly and the princess exchanged glances in which consternation was difficult to conceal. It was clear to Beverly that Yetive had not told her husband of the escape. "I don't know anything about Baldos," she answered steadily. "Last night someone shot at him in the park." "The deuce you say!" "In order to protect him until you returned, Gren, I had him transferred to guard duty inside the castle," explained the princess. "It really seemed necessary. General Marlanx expects to present formal charges against him this morning, so I suppose we shall have to put him in irons for a little while. It seems too bad, doesn't it, Gren?" "Yes, he's as straight as a string, I'll swear," said Laurie emphatically. "I'll bet he wishes he were safely out of this place," ventured Anguish, and the two young women busied themselves suddenly with their coffee. "The chance is he's sorry he ever came into it," said Laurie tantalizingly. While they were waiting for Marlanx, the young Duke of Mizrox was announced. The handsome Axphainian came with relief and dismay struggling for mastery in his face. "Your Highness," he said, after the greetings, "I am come to inform you that Graustark has one prince less to account for. Axphain has found her fugitive." "When?" cried the princess and Beverly in one voice, with astounding eagerness, not unmixed with dismay. 3 days ago," was the reply. "Oh," came in deep relief from Beverly as she sank back into her chair. The same fear had lodged in the hearts of the two fair conspirators, that they had freed Baldos only to have him fall into the hands of his deadliest foes. "I have a message by courier from my uncle in Axphain," said Mizrox. "He says that Frederick was killed near Labat by soldiers after making a gallant fight on last Sunday night. The Princess Volga is rejoicing, and has amply rewarded his slayers. Poor Frederick! He knew but little happiness in this life." There was a full minute of reflection before any of his hearers expressed the thought that had framed itself in every mind. "Well, since Dantan and Frederick are accounted for, Baldos is absolutely obliged to be Christobal," said Anguish resignedly. "He's just Baldos," observed Beverly, sniffing out the faint hope that had lingered so long. Then she said to herself, "And I don't care either. I only wish he were back here again. I'd be a good deal nicer to him." Messengers flew back and forth, carrying orders from the castle to various quarters. The ministers were called to meet at 12 o'clock. Underneath all the bustle there was a tremendous impulse of American cunning, energy, and resourcefulness. Everyone caught the fever. Reserved old diplomats were overwhelmed by their own enthusiasm. Custom-bound soldiers forgot the hereditary caution and fell into the ways of the new leaders without a murmur. The city was wild with excitement, for all believed that the war was upon them. There was but one shadow overhanging the glorious optimism of Graustark, the ugly, menacing attitude of Axphain. Even the Duke of Mizrox could give no assurance that his country would remain neutral. Colonel Quinnox came to the castle in haste and perturbation. It was he who propounded the question that Yetive and Beverly were expecting. "Where is Baldos?" Of course, the flight of the suspected guard was soon a matter of certainty. A single imploring glance from the princess, meant for the faithful Quinnox alone, told him as plainly as words could have said that she had given the man his freedom. And Quinnox would have died 1,000 times to protect the secret of his sovereign, for had not 20 generations of Quinnoxes served the rulers of Graustark with unflinching loyalty? Baron Dangloss may have suspected the trick, but he did not so much as blink when the princess instructed him to hunt high and low for the fugitive. Marlanx came at 11. Under the defiant calmness of his bearing there was lurking a mighty fear. His brain was scourged by thoughts of impending disgrace. The princess had plainly threatened his degradation. After all these years, he was to tremble with shame and humiliation. He was to cringe where he had always boasted of domineering power. And besides all this, Marlanx had a bullet wound in his left shoulder. The world could not have known, for he knew how to conceal pain. He approached the slender, imperious judge in the council chamber with a defiant leer on his face. If he went down into the depths, he would drag with him the fairest treasure he had coveted in all his years of lust and desire. "A word with you," he said in an aside to Beverly, as she came from the council chamber, in which she felt she should not sit. She stopped and faced him. Instinctively she looked to see if he bore evidence of a wound. She was positive that her bullet had struck him the night before, and that Marlanx was the man with the cloak. "Well?" she said coldly. He read her thoughts and smiled, even as his shoulder burned with pain. "I will give you the chance to save yourself. I love you. I want you. I must have you for my own," he was saying. "Stop, sir! It may be your experience in life that women kneel to you when you command. It may be your habit to win what you set about to win. But you have a novel way of presenting your devoir, I must say. Is this the way in which you won the 5 unfortunates whom you want me to succeed? Did you scare them into submission?" "No, no, I cared nothing for them. You are the only one I ever loved." "Really, Count Marlanx " "You are most amusing," she interrupted, with a laugh that stung him to the quick. "You have been unique in your love making. I am not used to your methods. Besides, after having known them, I'll confess that I don't like them in the least. You may have been wonderfully successful in the past, but you were not dealing with an American girl. I have had enough of your insults. Go in and face " "Have a care, girl," he snarled. "I have it in my power to crush you." "Pooh!" came scornfully from her lips. "If you molest me further, I shall call Mr. Lorry." Let me pass." "Just glance at this paper, my beauty. I fancy you'll change your tune. It goes before the eyes of the council unless you—" He paused significantly. Beverly took the document and, with dilated eyes, read the revolting charges against her honor. Her cheeks grew white with anger, then flushed a deep crimson. "You fiend!" she cried, glaring at him so fiercely that he instinctively shrank back, the vicious grin dying in his face. "I'll show you how much I fear you. I shall give this revolting thing to the princess. She may read it to the cabinet, for all I care. No one will believe you. They'll kill you for this." She turned and flew into the presence of the princess and her ministers. Speeding to the side of Yetive, she thrust the paper into her hands. Surprise and expectancy filled the eyes of all assembled. "Count Marlanx officially charges me with read it, your highness," she cried distractedly. Yetive read it, pale-faced and cold. A determined gleam appeared in her eyes as she passed the document to her husband. "Allode," Lorry said to an attendant, after a brief glance at its revolting contents. "Ask Count Marlanx to appear here instantly. He is outside the door." Lorry's anger was hard to control. He clenched his hands, and there was a fine suggestion of throttling in the way he did it. Marlanx, entering the room, saw that he was doomed. He had not expected Beverly to take this appalling step. The girl, tears in her eyes, rushed to a window, hiding her face from the wondering ministers. Her courage suddenly failed her. If the charges were read aloud before these men, it seemed to her that she never could lift her eyes again. A mighty longing for Washington, her father, and the big Calhoun boys rushed to her heart as she stood there and awaited the crash. But Lorry was a true nobleman. "Gentlemen," he said quietly, "Count Marlanx has seen fit to charge Miss Calhoun with complicity in the flight of Baldos. I will not read the charges to you. They are unworthy of one who has held the highest position in the army of Graustark. He has—" "Read this, my husband, before you proceed further," said Yetive, thrusting into his hand a line she had written with feverish haste. Lorry smiled gravely before he read aloud the brief edict which removed General Marlanx from the command of the army of Graustark. "Is this justice?" protested Marlanx angrily. "Will you not give me a hearing? I beseech—" "Silence!" commanded the princess. "What manner of hearing did you expect to give Miss Calhoun? It is enough, sir. There shall be no cowards in my army." "Coward!" he faltered. "Have I not proved my courage on the field of battle? Am I to be called a— Bravery should not end when the soldier quits the field of battle. You have had a hearing, Count Marlanx. I heard the truth about you last night." "From Miss Calhoun?" sneered he viciously. "I must be content to accept this dismissal, your highness. There is no hope for me. Some day you may pray God to forgive you for the wrong you have done your most loyal servant. There is no appeal from your decision, but as a subject of Graustark I insist that Miss Calhoun shall be punished for aiding in the escape of this spy and traitor. He is gone, and it was she who led him through the castle to the outer world. She cannot deny this. Gentlemen, I defy her to say she did not accompany Baldos through the secret passage last night." "It will do no harm to set herself right by denying this accusation," suggested Count Halfont solemnly. Every man in the cabinet and army had hated Marlanx for years. His degradation was not displeasing to them. They would ask no questions. But Beverly Calhoun stood staring out of the window, out upon the castle park and its gay sunshine. She did not answer, for she did not hear the premier's words. Her brain was whirling madly with other thoughts. She was trying to believe her eyes. "The spy is gone!" cried Marlanx, seeing a faint chance to redeem himself at her expense. "She cannot face my charge. Where is your friend, Miss Calhoun?" Beverly faced them with a strange, subdued calmness in her face. Her heart was throbbing wildly in the shelter of this splendid disguise. "I don't know what all this commotion is about," she said. "I only know that I have been dragged into it shamelessly by that old man over there. If you step to the window you may see Baldos himself. He has not fled. He is on duty." Baldos was striding steadily across the park in plain view of all. End of chapter 26. Recording by Katie Riley. August 2009.
Chapter 27 of Beverly of Graustark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Blashford. Beverly of Graustark by George Barr McCutcheon. Chapter 27. The Prince of Dawsbergen. Both Yetive and Beverly experienced an amazing sense of relief. They did not stop to consider why or how he had returned to the castle grounds. It was sufficient that he was actually there, sound, well, and apparently satisfied. "I dare say Count Marlanx will withdraw his infamous charge against our guest," said Lorry, with deadly directness. Marlanx was mopping his damp forehead. His eyes were fastened upon the figure of the guard, and there was something like awe in their steely depths. It seemed to him that the supernatural had been enlisted against him. "He left the castle last night," he muttered, half to himself. "There seems to be no doubt of that," agreed Gaspon, the Grand Treasurer. "Colonel Quinnox reports his strange disappearance." Clearly the case was a puzzling one. Men looked at one another in wonder and uneasiness. "I think I understand the situation," exclaimed Marlanx, suddenly triumphant. "It bears out all that I have said. Baldos left the castle last night, as I have sworn, but not for the purpose of escaping. He went forth to carry information to our enemies. Can anyone doubt that he is a spy? Has he not returned to carry out his work? And now, gentlemen, I ask you, would he return unless he felt secure of protection here?" It was a facer. Yetive and Beverly felt as though a steel trap suddenly had been closed down upon them. Lorry and Anguish were undeniably disconcerted. There was a restless, undecided movement among the ministers. "Colonel Quinnox, will you fetch Baldos to the veranda at once?" asked Lorry, his quick American perception telling him that immediate action was necessary. "It is cooler out there." He gave Beverly a look of inquiry. She flushed painfully, guiltily, and he was troubled in consequence. "As a mere subject, I demand the arrest of this man," Marlanx was saying excitedly. "We must go to the bottom of this hellish plot to injure Graustark." "My dear Count," said Anguish, standing over him, "up to this time we have been unable to discern any reasons for or signs of the treachery you preach about. I don't believe we have been betrayed at all." "But I have absolute proof, sir," grated the Count. "I'd advise you to produce it. We must have something to work on, you know." "What right have you to give advice, sir? You are not one of us. You are a meddler, an impertinent alien. Your heart is not with Graustark, as mine is. How long must we endure the insolence of these Americans?" The Count was fuming with anger. As might have been expected, the easygoing Yankees laughed unreservedly at his taunt. The princess was pale with indignation. "Count Marlanx, you will confine your remarks to the man whom you have charged with treachery," she said. "You have asked for his arrest, and you are to be his accuser. At the proper time you will produce the proof. I warn you now that if you do not sustain these charges, the displeasure of the crown will fall heavily upon you." "I only ask your highness to order his arrest," he said, controlling himself. "He is of the castle guard and can be seized only on your command." "Baldos is at the castle steps, your highness," said Colonel Quinnox from the doorway. The entire party left the council chamber and passed out to the great stone porch. It must be confessed that the princess leaned rather heavily upon Lorry's arm. She and Beverly trembled with anxiety as they stood face to face with the tall guard who had come back to them so mysteriously. Baldos stood at the foot of the stone steps, a guard on each side of him. One of these was the shamefaced Haddan, Dangloss's watchman, whose vigil had been a failure. The gaze of the suspected guard purposely avoided that of Beverly Calhoun. He knew that the slightest communication between them would be misunderstood and magnified by the witnesses. "Baldos," said Lorry from the top step, "it has come to our ears that you left the castle surreptitiously last night. Is it true that you were aided by Miss Calhoun?" Baldos looked thankful for this eminently leading question. In a flash it gave him the key to the situation. Secretly he was wondering what emotions possessed the slender accomplice who had said good-bye to him not so many hours before at the castle gate. He knew that she was amazed, puzzled by his sudden return. He wondered if she were glad. His quick wits saw that a crisis had arrived. The air was full of it. The dread of this very moment was the thing which had drawn him into the castle grounds at early dawn. He had watched for his chance to glide in unobserved, and had snatched a few hours' sleep in the shelter of the shrubbery near the park wall. "It is not true," he said clearly, in answer to Lorry's question. Both Beverly and Marlanx started as the sharp falsehood fell from his lips. "Who made such an accusation?" he demanded. "Count Marlanx is our informant." "Then Count Marlanx lies," came coolly from the guard. A snarl of fury burst from the throat of the deposed general. His eyes were red and his tongue was half palsied by rage. "Dog! Dog!" he shouted, running down the steps. "Infamous dog! I swear by my soul that he—" "Where is your proof, Count Marlanx?" sternly interrupted Lorry. "You have made a serious accusation against our honored guest. It cannot be overlooked." Marlanx hesitated a moment, and then threw his bomb at the feet of the conspirators. "I was in the chapel when she opened the secret panel for him." Not a word was uttered for a full minute. It was Beverly Calhoun who spoke first. She was as calm as a spring morning. "If all this be true, Count Marlanx, may I ask why you, the head of Graustark's army, did not intercept the spy when you had the chance?" Marlanx flushed guiltily. The question had caught him unprepared. He dared not acknowledge his presence there with the hired assassins. I was not in a position to restrain him," he fumbled. "You preferred to wait until he was safely gone before making the effort to protect Graustark from his evil designs. Is that it? What was your object in going to the chapel? To pray? Besides, what right had you to enter the castle in the night?" she asked ironically. "Your Highness, may I be heard?" asked Baldos easily. He was smiling up at Yetive from the bottom of the steps. She nodded her head a trifle uneasily. "It is quite true that I left the castle by means of your secret passage last night." "There!" shrieked Marlanx. "He admits that he—" "But I wish to add that Count Marlanx is in error when he says that Miss Calhoun was my accomplice." His eyes were not keen in the darkness of the sanctuary. "Perhaps he is not accustomed to the light one finds in a chapel at the hour of 2. Will your Highness kindly look in the direction of the southern gate? Your august gaze may fall upon the reclining figure of a boy asleep, there in the shadow of the friendly cedar. If Count Marlanx had looked closely enough last night he might have seen that it was a boy who went with me and not—" "Fool, don't you suppose I know a woman's skirts?" cried the Iron Count. "Better than most men, I fancy," calmly responded Baldos. "My young friend wore the garments of a woman, let me add." Lorry came down and grasped Baldos by the arm. His eyes were stern and accusing. Above, Yetive and Beverly had clasped hands and were looking on dumbly. What did Baldos mean? "Then, you did go through the passage, and you were accompanied by this boy, a stranger? How comes this, sir?" demanded Lorry. Every eye was accusing the guard at this juncture. The men were descending the steps as if to surround him. "It is not the first time that I have gone through the passage, sir," said Baldos, amused by the looks of consternation. "I'd advise you to close it. Its secret is known to more than one person. It is known, by the way, to Prince Gabriel of Dawsbergen. It is known to every member of the band with which Miss Calhoun found me when she was a princess. Count Marlanx is quite right when he says that I have gone in and out of the castle grounds from time to time. He is right when he says that I have communicated with men inside and outside of these grounds. But he is wrong when he accuses Miss Calhoun of being responsible for, or even aware of, my reprehensible conduct. She knew nothing of all this, as you may judge by taking a look at her face at this instant." Beverly's face was a study in emotions. She was looking at him with dilated eyes. Pain and disappointment were concentrated in their expressive gray depths. Indignation was struggling to master the love and pity that had lurked in her face all along. It required but a single glance to convince the most skeptical that she was ignorant of these astounding movements on the part of her protégé. Again every eye was turned upon the bold, smiling guardsman. "I have been bitterly deceived in you," said Lorry, genuine pain in his voice. "We trusted you implicitly. I didn't think it of you, Baldos. After all, it is honorable of you to expose so thoroughly your own infamy in order to acquit an innocent person who believed in you. You did not have to come back to the castle. You might have escaped punishment by using Miss Calhoun as a shield from her highness's wrath. But none the less you compel me to give countenance to all that Count Marlanx has said." "I insist that it was Miss Calhoun who went through the panel with him," said Marlanx eagerly. "If it was this boy who accompanied you, what was his excuse in returning to the castle after you had fled?" "He came back to watch over Miss Calhoun while she slept. It was my sworn duty to guard her from the man who had accused her. This boy is a member of the band to which I belong, and he watched while I went forth on a pretty business of my own. It will be useless to ask what that business was. I will not tell. Nor will the boy. You may kill us, but our secrets die with us. This much I will say: we have done nothing disloyal to Graustark. You may believe me or not. It has been necessary for me to communicate with my friends, and I found the means soon after my arrival here. All the foxes that live in the hills have not 4 legs," he concluded significantly. "You are a marvel," exclaimed Lorry, and there was real admiration in his voice. "I'm sorry you were fool enough to come back and get caught like this. Don't look surprised, gentlemen, for I believe that in your hearts you admire him quite as much as I do." The faint smile that went the rounds was confirmation enough. Nearly every man there had been trained in English-speaking lands, and not a word of the conversation had been missed. "I expected to be arrested, Mr. Lorry," said Baldos calmly. "I knew that the warrant awaited me. I knew that my flight of last night was no secret. I came back willingly, gladly, your highness, and now I am ready to face my accuser. There is nothing for me to fear." "And after you have confessed to all these actions? By George, I like your nerve!" exclaimed Lorry. "I have been amply vindicated," cried Marlanx. "Put him in irons, and that boy, too." "We'll interview the boy," said Lorry, remembering the lad beneath the tree. "See, he's sleeping so sweetly," said Baldos gently. "Poor lad, he has not known sleep for many hour. I suppose he'll have to be awakened, poor little beggar." Colonel Quinnox and Haddan crossed the grounds to the big cedar. The boy sprang to his feet at their call and looked wildly about. Two big hands clasped his arms, and a moment later the slight figure came pathetically across the intervening space between the stalwart guards. "Why has he remained here, certain of arrest?" demanded Lorry in surprise. "He was safer with me than anywhere else, Mr. Lorry. You may shoot me 1,000 times, but I implore you to deal gently with my unhappy friend. He has done no wrong. The clothes you see upon that trembling figure are torturing the poor heart more than you can know. The burning flush upon that cheek is the red of modesty. Your highness and gentlemen, I ask you to have pity on this gentle friend of mine." He threw his arm about the shoulder of the slight figure as it drooped against him. "Count Marlanx was right. It was a woman he saw with me in the chapel last night." The sensation created by this simple statement was staggering. The flushed face was unmistakably that of a young girl, a tender, modest thing that shrank before the eyes of a grim audience. Womanly instinct impelled Yetive to shield the timid masquerader. Her strange association with Baldos was not of enough consequence in the eyes of this tender ruler to check the impulse of gentleness that swept over her. That the girl was guiltless of any wrongdoing was plain to be seen. Her eyes, her face, her trembling figure furnished proof conclusive. The dark looks of the men were softened when the arm of the princess went about the stranger and drew her close. "Bah, some wanton or other," sneered Marlanx, "but a pretty one, by the gods. Baldos has always shown his good taste." Baldos glared at him like a tiger restrained. "Before God, you will have those words to unsay," he hissed. Yetive felt the slight body of the girl quiver and then grow tense. The eyes of Baldos now were fixed on the white, drawn face of Beverly Calhoun, who stood quite alone at the top of the steps. She began to sway dizzily, and he saw that she was about to fall. Springing away from the guards, he dashed up the steps to her side. His arm caught her as she swayed, and its touch restored strength to her, the strength of resentment and defiance. "Don't!" she whispered hoarsely. "Have courage," he murmured softly. "It will all be well. There is no danger." "So this is the woman," she cried bitterly. "Yes, you alone are dearer to me than she," he uttered hurriedly. "I can't believe a word you say." "You will, Beverly. I love you. That is why I came back. I could not leave you to meet it alone. Was I not right? Let them put me into irons. Let them kill me." "Come," cried Colonel Quinnox, reaching his side at this instant. "The girl will be cared for. You are a prisoner." "Wait," implored Beverly, light suddenly breaking in upon her. "Please wait, Colonel Quinnox." He hesitated, his broad shoulders between her and the gaping crowd below. She saw with grateful heart that Yetive and Lorry were holding the steps as if against a warlike foe. Is she your wife?" "Good heavens, no," gasped Baldos. "Your sweetheart?" piteously. "She is the sister of the man I serve so poorly," he whispered. Quinnox allowed them to walk a few paces down the flagging, away from the curious gaze of the persons below. "Oh, Baldos," she cried, her heart suddenly melting. "Is she Prince Dantan's sister?" Her hand clasped his convulsively as he nodded assent. "How I do love you!" "Thank God," he whispered joyously. "I knew it, but I was afraid you never would speak the words. I am happy. I am wild with joy." "But they may shoot you," she shuddered. "You have condemned yourself. Oh, I cannot talk to you as I want to, out here before all these people. Don't move, Colonel Quinnox. They can't see through you. Please stand still." "They will not shoot me, Beverly, dear. I am not a spy," said Baldos, looking down into the eyes of the slender, boyish figure who stood beside the princess. "It is better that I should die, however," he went on bitterly. "Life will not be worth living without you. You would not give yourself to the lowly, humble hunter, so I will marry you, Paul. I love you. Can't anything be done to It is bound to come out all right in the end," he cried, throwing up his head to drink in the new joy of living. "They will find that I have done nothing to injure Graustark. Wait, dearest, until the day gives up its news. It will not be long in coming. Ah, this promise of yours gives me new life, new joy. I could shout it from the housetops." "But don't," she cried nervously. "How does she happen to be here with you? Tell me, Paul. Oh, isn't she a dear?" "You shall know everything in time. Watch over her, dearest. I have lied today for you, but it was a lie I loved. Care for her if you love me. When I am free and in favor again, you will Ah!" He broke off suddenly with an exclamation. His eyes were bent eagerly on the circle of trees just beyond the parade ground. Then his hand clasped hers in one spasmodic grip of relief. An instant later he was towering, with head bare, at the top of the steps, his hand pointed dramatically toward the trees. Ravone, still in his ragged uniform, haggard but eager, was standing like a gaunt spectre in the sunlight that flooded the terrace. The vagabond, with the eyes of all upon him, raised and lowered his arms thrice, and the face of Baldos became radiant. "Your Highness," he cried to Yetive, waving his hand toward the stranger, "I have the honor to announce the Prince of Dawsbergen." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Beverly of Graustark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Blashford. Beverly of Graustark by George Barr McCutcheon. Chapter 28. A Boy Disappears. This startling announcement threw the company into the greatest excitement. Baldos ran down the steps and to the side of the astonished princess. "Prince Dantan!" she cried, unbelieving. He pushed the boyish figure aside and whispered earnestly into Yetive's ear. She smiled warmly in response, and her eyes sparkled. "And this, your Highness, is his sister, the Princess Candace," he announced aloud, bowing low before the girl. At that instant she ceased to be the timid, cringing boy. Her chin went up in truly regal state as she calmly, even haughtily, responded to the dazed, half-earnest salutes of the men. With a rare smile, a knowing one in which mischief was paramount, she spoke to Baldos, giving him her hand to kiss. "Ah, dear Baldos, you have achieved your sweetest triumph, the theatrical climax to all this time of plotting. My brother's sister loves you for all this. Your Highness," and she turned to Yetive with a captivating smile, "is the luckless sister of Dantan welcome in your castle? May I rest here in peace? It has been a bitterly long year this past week," she sighed. Fatigue shot back into her sweet face, and Yetive's love went out to her unreservedly. As she drew the slight figure up the steps, she turned and said to her ministers, "I shall be glad to receive Prince Dantan in the throne room, without delay. I am going to put the princess to bed." "Your Highness," said Baldos from below, "may I be the first to announce to you that there will be no war with Dawsbergen?" This was too much. Even Marlanx looked at his enemy with something like collapse in his eyes. "What do you mean?" cried Lorry, seizing him by the arm. "I mean that Prince Dantan is here to announce the recapture of Gabriel, his half-brother. Before the hour is past, your own men from the dungeon in the mountains will come to report the return of the fugitive. This announcement may explain in a measure the conduct that has earned for me the accusation which confronts me. The men who have retaken Gabriel are the members of that little band you have heard so much about. Once I was its captain, Prince Dantan's chief of staff, the commander of his ragged army of 12. Miss Calhoun and fate brought me into Edelweiss, but my loyalty to the object espoused by our glorious little army has never wavered. Without me they have succeeded in tricking and trapping Gabriel. It is more than the great army of Graustark could do. Your Highness will pardon the boast under the circumstances." "If this is true, you have accomplished a miracle," exclaimed Lorry, profoundly agitated. "But can it be true? I can't believe it. It is too good. It is too utterly improbable. Is that really Prince Dantan?" "Assuming that it is Dantan, Grenfall," said Yetive, "I fancy it is not courteous in us to let him stand over there all alone and ignored. Go to him, please." With that she passed through the doors, accompanied by Beverly and the young princess. Lorry and others went to greet the emaciated visitor in rags and tags. Colonel Quinnox and Baron Dangloss looked at one another in doubt and uncertainty. What were they to do with Baldos, the prisoner? "You are asking yourself what is to be done with me," said Baldos easily. "The order is for my arrest. Only the princess can annul it. She has retired on a mission of love and tenderness. I would not have her disturbed. There is nothing left for you to do but to place me in a cell. I am quite ready, Colonel Quinnox. You will be wise to put me in a place where I cannot hoodwink you further. You do not bear me a grudge?" He laughed so buoyantly, so fearlessly, that Quinnox forgave him everything. Dangloss chuckled, an unheard-of condescension on his part. "We shall meet again, Count Marlanx. You were not far wrong in your accusations against me, but you have much to account for in another direction." "This is all a clever trick," cried the Iron Count, "but you shall find me ready to accommodate you when the time comes." At this juncture, Lorry and Count Halfont came up with Ravone. Baldos would have knelt before his ruler had not the worn, sickly young man restrained him. "Your hand, Captain Baldos," he said. "Most loyal of friends. You have won far more than the honor and love I can bestow upon you. They tell me you are a prisoner, a suspected traitor. It shall be my duty and joy to explain your motives and your actions. Have no fear. The hour will be short and the fruit much the sweeter for the bitterness." "Thunder!" muttered Harry Anguish. "You don't intend to slap him into a cell, do you, Gren?" Baldos overheard the remark. "I prefer that course, sir, until it has been clearly established that all I have said to you is the truth. Count Marlanx must be satisfied," said he. "And Baldos, is all well with her?" asked the one we have known as Ravone. "She is being put to bed," said Baldos, with a laugh so jolly that Ravone's lean face was wreathed in a sympathetic smile. "I am ready, gentlemen." He marched gallantly away between the guards, followed by Dangloss and Colonel Quinnox. Naturally, the Graustark leaders were cautious, even skeptical. They awaited confirmation of the glorious news with varying emotions. The shock produced by the appearance of Prince Dantan in the person of the ascetic Ravone was almost stupefying. Even Beverly, who knew the vagabond better than all the others, had not dreamed of Ravone as the fugitive prince. Secretly, she had hoped as long as she could that Baldos would prove, after all, to be no other than Dantan. This hope had dwindled to nothing, however, and she was quite prepared for the revelation. She now saw that he was just what he professed to be, a brave but humble friend of the young sovereign, and she was happy in the knowledge that she loved him for what he was and not for what he might have been. "He is my truest friend," said Ravone as they led Baldos away. "I am called Ravone, gentlemen, and I am content to be known by that name until better fortune gives me the right to use another. You can hardly expect a thing in rags to be called a prince. There is much to be accomplished, much to be forgiven, before there is a Prince Dantan of Dawsbergen again." "You are faint and weak," said Lorry, suddenly perceiving his plight. "The hospitality of the castle is yours. The promise we made a few days ago holds good. Her Highness will be proud to receive you when you are ready to come to the throne room. I am Grenfall Lorry. Come, sir, rest and refresh yourself in our gladdened home. An hour ago we were making ready to rush into battle, but your astonishing but welcome news is calculated to change every plan we have made." "Undoubtedly, sir, it will. Dawsbergen hardly will make a fight to release Gabriel. He is safe in your dungeons. If they want him now, they must come to your strongholds." "They will not do it, believe me," said Ravone simply. "Alas, I am faint and sore, as you suspect. May I lie down for an hour or two? In that time you will have heard from your wardens, and my story will be substantiated. Then I shall be ready to accept your hospitality as it is proffered. Outside your city gates my humble followers lie starving. My only prayer is that you will send them cheer and succor." No time was lost in sending to the gates for the strollers who had accomplished the marvel of the day. The news of Gabriel's capture was kept from the city's inhabitants until verification came from the proper sources, but those in control of the affairs of state were certain that Ravone's story was true. All operations came to a standstill. The movements of the army were checked. Everything lay quiescent under the shock of this startling climax. "Hang it," growled Anguish, with a quizzical grin, as Ravone departed under the guidance of Count Halfont himself. "This knocks me galley west. I'd like to have had a hand in it. It must have been great. How the devil do you think that miserable little gang of tramps pulled it off?" "Harry," said Lorry disgustedly, "they taught us a trick or two." While the young princess was being cared for by Yetive's own maids in one of the daintiest bedchambers of the castle, Beverly was engaged in writing a brief but pointed letter to her Aunt Josephine, who was still in St. Petersburg. She had persistently refused to visit Edelweiss, but had written many imperative letters commanding her niece to return to the Russian capital. Beverly now was recalling her scattered wits in the effort to appease her aunt and her father at the same time. Major Calhoun emphatically had ordered her to rejoin her aunt and start for America at once. Yesterday Beverly would have begun packing for the trip home. Now she was eager to remain in Graustark indefinitely. She was so thrilled by joy and excitement that she scarcely could hold the pen. "Father says the United States papers are full of awful war scares from the Balkans. Are we a part of the Balkans, Yetive?" she asked of Yetive with a puzzled frown, emphasizing the pronoun unconsciously. "He says I'm to come right off home. Says he'll not pay a nickel of ransom if the brigands catch me, as they did Miss Stone and that woman who had the baby. He says mother is worried half to death. I'm just going to cable him that it's all off, because he says if war breaks out he's going to send my brother Dan over here to get me. I'm having Aunt Josephine send him this cablegram from St. Petersburg. They never fight in Balkans. Just scare each other. Skip headlines, father dear. We'll be home soon. Beverly. How does that sound? It will cost a lot, but he brought it upon his own head, and we're not in the Balkans anyway. Aunt Jo will have a fit. Please call an ADT boy, Princess. I want to send this message to St. Petersburg." When Candace entered the princess's boudoir half an hour later, she was far from being the timid youth who first came to the notice of the Graustark cabinet. She was now attired in one of Beverly's gowns, and it was most becoming to her. Her short curly brown hair was done up properly, her pink and white complexion was as clear as cream now that the dust of the road was gone, her dark eyes were glowing with the wonder and interest of 19 years, and she was, all in all, a most enticing bit of femininity. "You are much more of a princess now than when I first saw you," smiled Yetive, drawing her down upon the cushions of the window seat beside her. Candace was shy and diffident, despite her proper habiliments. "But she was such a pretty boy," protested Dagmar. "You don't know how attractive you were in those—" Candace blushed. "Oh, they were awful, but they were comfortable. One has to wear trousers if one intends to be a vagabond." "I wore them for more than a week." "You shall tell us all about it," said Yetive, holding the girl's hand in hers. "It must have been a most interesting week for you." "Oh, there is not much to tell, your highness," said Candace, suddenly reticent and shy. "My stepbrother, oh, how I hate him, had condemned me to die because he thought I was helping Dantan. And I was helping him, too, all that I could. Old Bappo, master of the stables, who has loved me for 100 years, he says, helped me to escape from the palace at night. They were to have seized me the next morning. Bappo has been master of the stables for more than 40 years. Dear old Bappo. He procured the boys' clothing for me, and his 2 sons accompanied me to the hills, where I soon found my brother and his men. We saw your scouts and talked to them a day or 2 after I became a member of the band. Bappo's boys are with the band now. But my brother Dantan shall tell you of that. I was so frightened I could not tell what was going on. I have lived in the open air for a week, but I love it. Dantan's friends are all heroes. You will love them. Yesterday old Franz brought a message into the castle grounds. It told Captain Baldos of the plan to seize Gabriel, who was in the hills near your city. Didn't you know of that? Oh, we knew it 2 days ago. Baldos knew it yesterday. He met us at 4 o'clock this morning. That is part of us. I was sent on with Franz so that I should not see bloodshed if it came to the worst. We were near the city gates. Baldos came straight to us. Isn't it funny that you never knew all these things? Then at daybreak Baldos insisted on bringing me here to await the news from the pass. It was safer, and besides he said he had another object in coming back at once. Beverly flushed warmly. The 3 women were crowding about the narrator, eagerly drinking in her naive story. "He came in through one of the big gates and not through the underground passage. That was a fib," said Candace, looking from one to the other with a perfectly delicious twinkle in her eye. The conspirators gulped and smiled guiltily. "Baldos says there is a very mean old man here who is tormenting the fairy princess. Not the real princess, you know. He came back to protect her, which was very brave of him, I am sure. Where is my brother?" she asked, suddenly anxious. "He is with friends. Don't be alarmed, dear," said Yetive. "He is changing clothes, too? He needs clothes worse than I needed these. Does he say positively that Gabriel has been captured?" "Yes. Did you not know of it?" "I was sure it would happen. You know I was not with them in the pass." Yetive was reflecting, a soft smile in her eyes. "I was thinking of the time when I wore men's clothes," she said. "Unlike yours, mine were most uncomfortable. It was when I aided Mr. Lorry in escaping from the tower. I wore a guard's uniform and rode miles with him in a dark carriage before he discovered the truth." She blushed at the remembrance of that trying hour. "And I wore boys' clothes at a girls' party once. My brother Dan's," said Beverly. "The hostess's brothers came home unexpectedly, and I had to sit behind a bookcase for an hour. I didn't see much fun in boys' clothes." "You ought to wear them for a week," said Candace, wise in experience. "They are not so bad when you become accustomed to them. That is, if they're strong and not so tight that they—" "You all love Baldos, don't you?" interrupted Yetive. It was with difficulty that the listeners suppressed their smiles. "Better than anyone else. He is our idol. Oh, your highness, if what he says is true, that old man must be a fiend. Baldos a spy? Why, he has not slept day or night for fear that we would not capture Gabriel so that he might be cleared of the charge without appealing to my brother. He has always been loyal to you," the girl said with eager eloquence. "I know, dear, and I have known all along. He will be honorably acquitted. Count Marlanx was overzealous. He has not been wholly wrong, I must say, in justice to him." "How can you uphold him, Yetive, after what he has said about me?" cried Beverly, with blazing eyes. Beverly, you know I don't mean that. He has been a cowardly villain so far as you are concerned, and he shall be punished, never fear. I cannot condone that one amazing piece of wickedness on his part." "You, then, are the girl Baldos talks so much about?" cried Candace eagerly. "You are Miss Calhoun, the fairy princess? I am so glad to know you." The young princess clasped Beverly's hand and looked into her eyes with admiration and approval. Beverly could have crushed her in her arms. The sounds of shouting came up to the windows from below. Outside, men were rushing to and fro, and there were signs of mighty demonstrations at the gates. "The people have heard of the capture," said Candace, as calmly as though she were asking one to have a cup of tea. There was a pounding at the boudoir door. It flew open unceremoniously, and in rushed Lorry, followed by Anguish. In the hallway beyond, a group of noblemen conversed excitedly with the women of the castle. "The report from the dungeons, Yetive," cried Laurie joyously. "The warden says that Gabriel is in his cell again. Here's to Prince Dantan." Ravone was standing in the door. Candace ran over and leapt into his arms. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of Beverly of Graustark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Beverly of Graustark by George Barr McCutcheon. Chapter 29. The Capture of Gabriel. Ravone was handsome in his borrowed clothes. He was now the clean, immaculate gentleman instead of the wretched vagabond of the hills. Even Beverly was surprised at the change in him. His erstwhile sad and melancholy face was flushed and bright with happiness. The kiss he bestowed upon the delighted Candace was tender in the extreme. Then, putting her aside, he strode over and gallantly kissed the hand of Graustark's princess, beaming an ecstatic smile upon the merry Beverly an instant later. "Welcome, Prince Dantan," said Yetive. "1,000 times welcome." "All Graustark is your throne, most glorious Yetive. That is why I have asked to be presented here and not in the royal hall below," said Ravone. "You will wait here with us, then, to hear the good news from our warden," said the princess. "Send the courier to me," she commanded. "Such sweet news should be received in the place which is dearest to me in all Graustark." The ministers and the lords and ladies of the castle were assembled in the room when Baron Dangloss appeared with the courier from the prison. Count Marlanx was missing. He was on his way to the fortress, a crushed, furious, impotent old man. In his quarters he was to sit and wait for the blow that he knew could not be averted. In fear and despair, hiding his pain and his shame, he was racking his brain for means to lessen the force of that blow. He could withdraw the charges against Baldos, but he could not soften the words he had said and written of Beverly Calhoun. He was not troubling himself with fear because of the adventures in his chapel and passage. He knew too well how Yetive could punish when her heart was bitter against an evil doer. Graustark honoured and protected its women. The warden of the dungeons from which Gabriel had escaped months before reported to the princess that the prisoner was again in custody. Briefly he related that a party of men, led by Prince Dantan, had appeared early that day, bringing the fugitive prince, uninjured but crazed by rage and disappointment. They had tricked him into following them through the hills, intent upon slaying his brother Dantan. There could be no mistake about Gabriel's identity. In conclusion, the warden implored Her Highness to send troops up to guard the prison in the mountainside. He feared an attack in force by Gabriel's army. "Your Highness," said Laurie, "I have sent instructions to Colonel Braze, requiring him to take a large force of men into the pass to guard the prison. Gabriel shall not escape again, though all Dawsbergen comes after him." "You have but little to fear from Dawsbergen," said Ravone, who was seated near the princess, Candace at his side. "Messages have been brought to me from the leading nobles of Dawsbergen, assuring me that the populace is secretly eager for the old reign to be resumed. Only the desperate fear of Gabriel and a few of his bloody but loyal advisers holds them in check. Believe me, Dawsbergen's efforts to release Gabriel will be perfunctory and half-hearted in the extreme. He ruled like a madman. It was his intense, implacable desire to kill his brother that led to his undoing. Will it be strange, Your Highness, if Dawsbergen welcomes the return of Dantan in his stead?" The story of his capture. Tell us the story," came eagerly from those assembled. Ravone leaned back languidly, his face tired and drawn once more, as if the mere recalling of the hardships past was hard to bear. "First, Your Highness, may I advise you and your cabinet to send another ultimatum to the people of Dawsbergen?" he asked. This time say to them that you hold 2 Dawsbergen princes in your hand. One cannot and will not be restored to them. The other will be released on demand. Let the embassy be directed to meet the Duke of Matz, the Premier. He is now with the army, not far from your frontier. May it please your Highness, I have myself taken the liberty of dispatching 3 trusted followers with the news of Gabriel's capture. The 2 Bappos and Karl Vandos are now speeding to the frontier. Your embassy will find the Duke of Matz in possession of all the facts. The Duke of Matz, I am reliably informed, some day is to be the father-in-law of Dawsbergen, smilingly said Yetive. I shall not wonder if he responds most favourably to an ultimatum. Ravone and Candace exchanged glances of amusement, the latter breaking into a deplorable little gurgle of laughter. I beg to inform you that the Duke's daughter has disdained the offers from the Crown, said Ravone. She has married Lieutenant Alsanol of the Royal Artillery, and is happy as a butterfly. Captain Baldos could have told you how the wayward young woman defied her father and laughed at the beggar prince. Captain Baldos is an exceedingly discreet person, Beverly volunteered. He is told no tales out of school. I am reminded of the fact that you gave your purse into my keeping one memorable day, the day when we parted from our best of friends at Ganlook's gates. I thought you were a princess, and you did not know that I understood English. That was a sore hour for us. Baldos was our life, the heart of our enterprise. Gabriel hates him as he hates his own brother. Steadfastly has Baldos refused to join us in the plot to seize Prince Gabriel. He once took an oath to kill him on sight, and I was so opposed to this that he had to be left out of the final adventures. Please tell us how you succeeded in capturing that your half-brother, cried Beverly, forgetting that it was another's place to make that request. The audience drew near, eagerly attentive. At another time I shall rejoice in telling the story in detail. For the present, let me ask you to be satisfied with the statement that we tricked him by means of letters into the insane hope that he could capture and slay his half-brother. Captain Baldos suggested the plan. Had he been arrested yesterday, I feel it would have failed. Gabriel was and is insane. We led him a chase through the Graustark hills until the time was ripe for the final act. His small band of followers fled at our sudden attack, and he was taken almost without a struggle, not 10 miles from the city of Edelweiss. In his mad ravings we learnt that his chief desire was to kill his brother and sister, and after that to carry out the plan that has long been in his mind. He was coming to Edelweiss for the sole purpose of entering the castle by the underground passage, with murder in his heart. Gabriel was coming to kill Princess Yetive and Mr. Lorry. He has never forgotten the love he bore for the princess, nor the hatred he owes his rival. It was the duty of Captain Baldos to see that he did not enter the passage in the event that he eluded us in the hills. Later in the day, the Princess Yetive received from the gaunt, hawkish old man in the fortress a signed statement, withdrawing his charges against Baldos the guard. Marlanx did not ask for leniency. It was not in him to plead. If the humble withdrawal of charges against Baldos could mitigate the punishment he knew Yetive would impose, all well and good. If it went for naught, he was prepared for the worst. Down there in his quarters, with wine before him, he sat and waited for the end. He knew that there was but one fate for a man, great or small, who attacked a woman in Graustark. His only hope was that the princess might make an exception in the case of one who had been the head of the army, but the hope was too small to cherish. Baldos walked forth a free man, the plaudits of the people in his ears. Baron Dangloss and Colonel Quinnox were beside the tall guard as he came forward to receive the commendations and apologies of Graustark's ruler and the warm promises of reward from the man he served. He knelt before the two rulers who were holding court on the veranda. The cheers of the nobles, the shouts of the soldiery, the exclamations of the ladies, did not turn his confident head. He was the born knight. The look of triumph that he bestowed upon Beverly Calhoun, who lounged gracefully beside the stone balustrade, brought the red flying to her cheeks. He took something from his breast and held it gallantly to his lips before all the assembled courtiers. Beverly knew that it was a faded rose. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of Beverly of Graustark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Beverly of Graustark by George Barr McCutcheon. Chapter 30 In the Grotto. The next morning, a royal messenger came to Count Marlanx. He bore 2 sealed letters from the princess. One briefly informed him that General Braze was his successor as commander-in-chief of the army of Graustark. He hesitated long before opening the other. It was equally brief and to the point. The Iron Count's teeth came together with a savage snap as he read the signature of the princess at the end. There was no recourse. She had struck for Beverly Calhoun. He looked at his watch. It was 11 o'clock. The edict gave him 24 hours from the noon of that day. The gray old libertine dispatched a messenger for his man of affairs, a lawyer of high standing in Edelweiss. Together they consulted until midnight. Shortly after daybreak the morning following, Count Marlanx was in the train for Vienna, never to set foot on Graustark soil again. He was banished, and his estates confiscated by the government. The ministry in Edelweiss was not slow to reopen negotiations with Dawsbergen. A proclamation was sent to the prime minister setting forth the new order of affairs and suggesting the instant suspension of hostile preparations and the restoration of Prince Danton. Accompanying this proclamation went a dignified message from Danton, informing his people that he awaited their commands. He was ready to resume the throne that had been so desecrated. It would be his joy to restore Dawsbergen to its once peaceful and prosperous condition. In the meantime, the Duke of Mizrox dispatched the news to the Princess Volga of Axphain, who was forced to abandon, temporarily at least, her desperate designs upon Graustark. The capture of Gabriel put an end to her transparent plans. "But she is bound to break out against us sooner or later and on the slightest provocation," said Yetive. "I dare say that a friendly alliance between Graustark and Dawsbergen will prove sufficient to check any ambitions she may have along that line," said Ravone significantly. "They are very near to each other now, your highness. Friends should stand together." Beverly Calhoun was in suspense. Baldos had been sent off to the frontier by Prince Danton, carrying the message, which could be trusted to no other. He accompanied the Graustark ambassadors of peace as Danton's special agent. He went in the night time, and Beverly did not see him. The week which followed his departure was the longest she ever spent. She was troubled in her heart for fear that he might not return, despite the declaration she had made to him in one hysterical moment. It was difficult for her to keep up the show of cheerfulness that was expected of her. Reticence became her strongest characteristic. She persistently refused to be drawn into a discussion of her relations with the absent one. Yetive was piqued by her manner at first, but wisely saw through the mask as time went on. She and Prince Danton had many quiet and interesting chats concerning Beverly and the erstwhile guard. The prince took Lori and the princess into his confidence. He told them all there was to tell about his dashing friend and companion. Beverly and the young Princess Candace became fast and loving friends. The young girl's worship of her brother was beautiful to behold. She cuddled close to him on every occasion, and her dark eyes bespoke adoration whenever his name was mentioned in her presence. "If he doesn't come back pretty soon, I'll pack up and start for home," Beverly said to herself resentfully one day. Then, if he wants to see me, he'll have to come all the way to Washington, and I'm not sure that he can do it either. He's too disgustingly poor. "Wha's become o' dat Mr. Baldos, Miss Bev'ly?" asked Aunt Fanny in the midst of these sorry cogitations. "Has he tuck hit int his head to desert us for good? Seems to me he'd ought'n—" "Now, that will do, Aunt Fanny," reprimanded her mistress sternly. "You are not supposed to know anything about affairs of state, so don't ask." At last she could no longer curb her impatience and anxiety. She deliberately sought information from Prince Dantan. They were strolling in the park on the 7th day of her inquisition. "Have you heard from Paul Baldos?" she asked, bravely plunging into deep water. "He is expected here tomorrow or the next day, Miss Calhoun. I am almost as eager to see him as you are," he replied, with a very pointed smile. "Almost? Well, yes, I'll confess that I am eager to see him. I never knew I could long for anyone as much as Oh, well, there's no use hiding it from you. I couldn't if I tried. I care very much for him. You don't think it sounds silly for me to say such a thing, do you? I've thought a great deal of him ever since the night at the Inn of the Hawk and Raven. In my imagination I have tried to strip you of your princely robes to place them upon him. But he is only Baldos, in spite of it all. He knows that I care for him, and I know that he cares for me. Perhaps he has told you." "Yes, he has confessed that he loves you, Miss Calhoun, and he laments the fact that his love seems hopeless. Paul wonders in his heart if it would be right in him to ask you to give up all you have of wealth and pleasure to share a humble lot with him." "I love him. Isn't that enough? There is no wealth so great as that. But," she pursed her mouth in pathetic despair, "don't you think that you can make a noble or something of him and give him a station in life worthy of his ambitions? He has done so much for you, you know." "I have nothing that I can give to him. He says, 'Paul Baldos asks only that he may be my champion until these negotiations are ended. Then he desires to be free to serve whom he will. All that I can do is to let him have his way. He is a freelance and he asks no favors, no help.'" "Well, I think he's perfectly ridiculous about it, don't you? And yet, that is the very thing I like in him. I am only wondering how how he is going to live, that's all. If I am correctly informed, he still has several months to serve in the service for which he enlisted. You alone, I believe, have the power to discharge him before his term expires," said he, meaningly. That night, Baldos returned to Edelweiss, ahead of the Graustark delegation which was coming the next day with representatives from Dawsbergen. He brought the most glorious news from the frontier. The Duke of Matz and the leading dignitaries had heard of Gabriel's capture, both through the Bappo boys and through a few of his henchmen who had staggered into camp after the disaster. The news threw the Dawsbergen diplomats into a deplorable state of uncertainty. Even the men high in authority, while not especially depressed over the fall of their sovereign, were in doubt as to what would be the next move in their series of tragedies. Almost to a man, they regretted the folly which had drawn them into the net with Gabriel. Baldos reported that the Duke of Matz and a dozen of the most distinguished men in Dawsbergen were on their way to Edelweiss to complete the arrangements for peace and to lay the renunciation of Gabriel before Dantan in a neutral court. The people of Dawsbergen had been clamoring long for Dantan's restoration, and Baldos was commissioned to say that his return would be the signal for great rejoicing. He was closeted until after midnight with Dantan and his sister, Lori and Princess Yetive being called in at the end to hear and approve of the manifesto prepared by the Prince of Dawsbergen. The next morning the word went forth that a great banquet was to be given in the castle that night for Prince Dantan and the approaching noblemen. The prince expected to depart almost immediately thereafter to resume the throne in Serros. Baldos was wandering through the park early in the morning. His duties rested lightly upon his shoulders, but he was restless and dissatisfied. The longing in his heart urged him to turn his eyes ever and anon toward the balcony and then to the obstinate-looking castle doors. The uniform of a Graustark guard still graced his splendid figure. At last, a graceful form was seen coming from the castle toward the cedars. She walked bravely, but aimlessly. That was plain to be seen. It was evident that she was and was not looking for someone. Baldos observed with a thrill of delight that a certain red feather stood up defiantly from the band of her sailor hat. He liked the way her dark blue walking skirt swished in harmony with her lithe, firm strides. She was quite near before he advanced from his place among the trees. He did not expect her to exhibit surprise or confusion, and he was not disappointed. She was as cool as a brisk spring morning. He did not offer his hand, but with a fine smile of contentment, bowed low with mock servility. "I report for duty, your highness," he said. She caught the ring of gladness in his voice. "Then I command you to shake hands with me," she said brightly. "You have been away, I believe," with a delicious inflection. "Yes, for a century or more, I'm sure." Constraint fell upon them suddenly. The hour had come for a definite understanding, and both were conquered by its importance. For the first time in his life he knew the meaning of diffidence. It came over him as he looked helplessly into the clear, gray, earnest eyes. "I love you for wearing that red feather," he said simply. "And I loved you for wearing it," she answered, her voice soft and thrilling. He caught his breath joyously. "Beverly," as he bent over her, "you are my very life, my—" "Don't, Paul," she whispered, drawing away with an embarrassed glance about the park. There were people to be seen on all sides, but he had forgotten them. He thought only of the girl who ruled his heart. Seeing the pain in his face, she hastily, even blushingly, said, "It is so public, dear." He straightened himself with soldierly precision, but his voice trembled as he tried to speak calmly in defiance to his eyes. "There is the grotto, see? It is seclusion itself. Will you come with me? I must tell you all that is in my heart. It will burst if I do not." Slowly they made their way to the fairy grotto deep in the thicket of trees. It was Yetive's favorite dreaming place. Dark and cool and musical with the rippling of waters, it was an ideal retreat. She dropped upon the rustic bench that stood against the moss-covered wall of boulders. With the gentle reserve of a man who reveres as well as loves, Baldos stood above her. He waited, and she understood. How unlike most impatient lovers he was. "You may sit beside me," she said with a wistful smile of acknowledgment. As he flung himself into the seat, his hand eagerly sought hers, his courtly reserve gone to the winds. "Beverly, dearest one, you never can know how much I love you," he whispered into her ear. "It is a deathless love, unconquerable, unalterable. It is in my blood to love forever. Listen to me, dear one. I come of a race whose love is hot and enduring. My people from time immemorial have loved as no other people have loved. They have killed and slaughtered for the sake of glorious passion. Love is the religion of my people. You shall believe me when I say that I love you better than my soul so long as that soul exists. I loved you the day I met you. It has been worship since that time." His passion carried her resistlessly away as the great waves sweep the deck of a ship at sea. She was out in the ocean of love, far from all else that was dear to her, far from all harbors save the mysterious one to which his passion was piloting her through a storm of emotion. "I have longed so to hold you in my arms, Beverly, even when you were a princess. and I lay in the hospital at Ganlook. My fevered arms hungered for you. There never has been a moment that my heart has not been reaching out in search of yours. You have glorified me, dearest, by the promise you made a week ago. I know that you will not renounce that precious pledge. It is in your eyes now, the eyes I shall worship to the end of eternity. Tell me, though, with your own lips, your own voice, that you will be my wife, mine to hold forever." For answer, she placed her arms about his neck and buried her face against his shoulder. There were tears in her gray eyes, and there was a sob in her throat. He held her close to his breast for an eternity, it seemed to both, neither giving voice to the song their hearts were singing. There was no other world than the fairy grotto. "Sweetheart, I am asking you to make a great sacrifice," he said at last, his voice hoarse but tender. She looked up into his face serenely. "Can you give up the joys, the wealth, the comforts of that home across the sea to share a lowly cottage with me and my love? Wait, dear, do not speak until I am through. You must think of what your friends will say. The love and life I offer you now will not be like that which you have always known. It will be poverty and the dregs, not riches and wine. It will be—" But she placed her hand upon his lips, shaking her head emphatically. The picture he was painting was the same one that she had studied for days and days. Its every shadow was familiar to her, its every unwholesome corner was as plain as day. "The rest of the world may think what it likes, Paul," she said. "It will make no difference to me. I have awakened from my dream. My dream prince is gone, and I find that it's the real man that I love. What would you have me do? Give you up because you are poor? Or would you have me go up the ladder of fame and prosperity with you, a humble but adoring burden? I know you, dear. You will not always be poor. They may say what they'd like. I have thought long and well, because I am not a fool. It is the American girl who marries the tilted foreigner without love that is a fool. Marrying a poor man is too serious a business to be handled by fools. I have written to my father, telling him that I am going to marry you," she announced. He gasped with unbelief. "You have already?" he cried. "Of course. My mind has been made up for more than a week. I told it to Aunt Fanny last night." "And she?" "She almost died, that's all," she said unblushingly. "I was afraid to cable the news to father. He might stop me if he knew it in time. A letter was much smarter." "You dear, dear little sacrifice," he cried tenderly. "I will give all my life to make you happy." "I am a soldier's daughter, and I can be a soldier's wife. I have tried hard to give you up, Paul, but I couldn't. You are love's soldier, dear, and it is a relief to surrender and have it over with." They fell to discussing plans for the future. It all went smoothly and airily until he asked her when he should go to Washington to claim her as his wife. She gave him a startled, puzzled look. "To Washington?" she murmured, turning very cold and weak. You won't have to go to Washington, dear. I'll stay here." "My dear Beverly, I can afford the trip," he laughed. "I am not an absolute pauper. Besides, it is right and just that your father should give you to me. It is the custom of our land." She was nervous and uncertain. But, Paul, there are many things to think of," she faltered. "You mean that your father would not consent?" "Well, he might be unreasonable," she stammered. "And then there are my brothers, Keith and Dan. They are foolishly interested in me. Dan thinks no one is good enough for me. So does Keith. And father, too, for that matter. And mother. You see, it's not just as if you were a grand and wealthy nobleman. They may not understand. We are Southerners, you know. Some of them have peculiar ideas about—" "Don't distress yourself so much, dearest," he said with a laugh. "Though I see your position clearly, and it is not an enviable one." "We can go to Washington just as soon as we are married," she compromised. "Father has a good deal of influence over there. With his help, behind you, you will soon be a power in the United—" But his hearty laugh checked her eager plotting. "It's nothing to laugh at, Paul," she said. "I beg your pardon 1,000 times. I was thinking of the disappointment I must give you now. I cannot live in the United States. Never. My home is here. I am not born for the strife of your lands. They have soldiers enough and better than I. It is in the turbulent East that we shall live, you and I." Tears came into her eyes. "Am I not to go back to Washington?" She tried to smile. "When Prince Dantan says we may, perhaps." "Oh, he is my friend," she cried in great relief. "I can get any favor I ask of him. Oh, Paul, Paul, I know my folks will think I'm an awful fool, but I can't help it. I shall let you know that I intend to be a blissful one, at least." He kissed her time and again, out there in the dark, soft light of the fairy grotto. "Before we can be married, dearest, I have a journey of some importance to take," he announced, as they arose to leave the bower behind. "A journey? Where?" "To Vienna. I have an account to settle with a man who has just taken up his residence there." His hand went to his sword hilt and his dark eyes gleamed with the fire she loved. "Count Marlanx and I have postponed business to attend to, dearest. Have no fear for me. My sword is honest and I shall bring it back to you myself." She shuddered and knew that it would be as he said. End of chapter 30. Recording by Katie Riley. August 2009.
Chapter 31 of Beverly of Graustark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Beverly of Graustark by George Barr McCutcheon. Chapter 31. Clear Skies. The Duke of Matz and his associates reached Edelweiss in the afternoon. Their attendants and servants carried luggage bearing the princely crest of Dawsbergen, and meant for Prince Dantan and his sister Candace. In the part of the castle set apart for the visitors, an important consultation was held behind closed doors. There Dantan met his countrymen, and permitted them to renew the pledge of fealty that had been shattered by the overpowering influence of his mad half-brother. What took place at this secret meeting the outside world never knew. Only the happy result was made known. Prince Dantan was to resume his reign over Dawsbergen as if it never had been interrupted. The castle, brilliant from bottom to top, filled with music and laughter, experienced a riot of happiness such as it had not known in years. The war clouds had lifted, the sunshine of contentment was breaking through the darkness, and there was rejoicing in the hearts of all. Bright and glorious were the colours that made up the harmony of peace. Men and women of high degree came to the historic old walls, garbed in the riches of royalty and nobility. To Beverly Calhoun it was the most enchanting sight she had ever looked upon. From the galleries she gazed down into the halls, glittering with the wealth of Graustark, and was conscious of a strange feeling of glorification. She felt that she had a part in this jubilee. With Candace she descended the grand staircase and mingled with the resplendent crowd. She was the centre of attraction, dressed in a simple, close-fitting gown of black velvet, with an ornament, her white arms and shoulders gleaming in the soft light from the chandeliers. She was an enticing creature to be admired by men and women alike. Two stalwart Americans felt their hearts bound with pride as they saw the conquest their countrywoman was making. Candace, her constant companion in these days, was consumed with delight. "You are the prettiest thing in all this world," she ecstatically whispered into Beverly's ear. "My brother says so, too," she added conclusively. Beverly was too true a woman not to revel in this subtle flattery. The great banquet hall was to be thrown open at midnight. There was dancing and song during the hours leading up to this important event. Beverly was entranced. She had seen brilliant affairs at home, but none of them compared to this in regal splendor. It was the sensuous, overpowering splendor of the East. Prince Dantan joined the throng just before midnight. He made his way direct to the little circle of which Beverly and Candace formed the center. His rich, full military costume gave him a new distinction that quite overcame Beverly. They fell into an animated conversation, exchanging shafts of wit that greatly amused those who could understand the language. "You must remember," Beverly said in reply to one of Ravone's sallies, "that Americans are not in the least awed by Europe's greatness. It has come to the pass when we call Europe our playground. We now go to Europe as we go to the circus or the country fair at home. It isn't much more trouble, you know, and we must see the sights." "Alas, poor Europe!" he laughed. As he strolled about with her and Candace, he pointed out certain men to her, asking her to tax her memory in the effort to recall their faces if not their apparel. She readily recognized in the lean, tired faces the men she met first at the Inn of the Hawk and Raven. "They were vagabonds then, Miss Calhoun. Now they are noblemen. Does the transition startle you?" "Isn't Baldos among them?" she asked, voicing the query that had been uppermost in her mind since the moment when she looked down from the galleries and failed to see him. She was wondering how he would appear in court costume. "You forget that Baldos is only a guard," he said kindly. "He is a courtier, nevertheless," she retorted. She was vaguely disappointed because he was missing from the scene of splendor. It proved to her that caste overcame all else in the rock-ribbed East. The common man, no matter how valiant, had no place in such affairs as these. Her pride was suffering. She was as a queen among the noblest of the realm. As the wife of Baldos she would live in another world, on the outskirts of this one of splendor and arrogance. A stubborn, defiant little frown appeared on her brow as she pictured herself in her mind's eye standing afar off with the man Baldos, looking at the opulence she could not reach. Her impetuous, rebellious little heart was thumping bitterly as she considered this single phase of the life to come. She was ready to cry out against the injustice of it all. The little frown was portentous of deep laid designs. She would break down this cruel barrier that kept Baldos from the fields over which prejudice alone held sway. Her love for him and her determination to be his wife were not in the least dulled by these reflections. The doors to the great banquet hall were thrown open at last, and in the disorder that followed, she wondered who was to lead her to the feasting. The Duke of Mizrox claimed the Princess Candace. "I am to have the honor," said someone at her side, and the voice was the one she least expected to hear utter the words. The speaker was the man who deserved the place beside Yetive, Prince Dantan himself. Bewildered, her heart palpitating with various emotions, she took his arm and allowed herself to be drawn wonderingly through the massive doors. As they entered, followed by the brilliant company, The superb orchestra that Beverly had so often enjoyed began to play the stirring Hands Across the Sea. The musicians themselves seemed to have caught the universal feeling of joy and mirth that was in the air, and played as if inspired, their leader bowing low to the young American girl as she passed. It was his affectionate tribute to her. Prince Dantan, to her amazement, led her up the entire length of the banquet hall, to the head of the royal table, gorgeous with the plate of 100 Graustark rulers, placing her on his left, and next to the slightly raised royal chairs. Candace was on his right, the picture of happiness. Beverly felt dizzy, weak. She looked helplessly at Prince Dantan. His smile was puzzling. As if in a daze, she saw Grenfall Lorry with the Countess Yvonne standing exactly opposite to her, he with the others, awaiting the appearance of the princess and the one who was to sit beside her. The music ceased. There was a hush over the room, and then Yetive came forward, magnificent in her royal robes, smiling and happy. A tall man in the uniform of an exalted army officer stood beside her, gold braid and bejeweled things across his breast. Beverly turned deathly white. Her figure stiffened and then relaxed. It was Baldos. She never knew how she dropped into the chair the servant held for her. She only knew that his dark eyes were smiling at her with love and mischief in their depths. There was a vague, uncertain sound of chattering. Someone was talking eagerly to her, but she heard him not. There was a standing toast to the Prince of Dawsbergen. Then the audacious ghost of Baldos was proposing a ringing response to the Princess Yetive. The orchestra was playing the Graustark and Dawsbergen national hymns, but it was all as a dream to her. At last she heard Candace calling to her, her face wreathed in smiles. Scores of eyes seemed to be looking at her, and all of them were full of amusement. "Now, say that a girl can't keep a secret," came to her ears from the radiant sister of Dantan. Ravone, at her side, spoke to her, and she turned to him dizzily. "You first knew me as Ravone, Miss Calhoun," he was saying genially. "Then it became necessary, by royal command, for me to be Prince Dantan. May I have the honor of introducing myself in the proper person? I am Christabel of Rapp Thorberg, and I shall be no other than he hereafter. The friendship that binds me to Prince Dantan, at last in his proper place beside the Princess of Graustark, is to be strengthened into a dearer relationship before many days have passed. The Princess Candace ceases to be his sister," volunteered the Duke of Mizrox. "She is and long has been his affianced wife." Enchanted and confused over all that had occurred in the last few moments, Beverly murmured her heartfelt congratulations to the joyous couple. The orchestra had again ceased playing. All eyes turned to Baldos, the real Prince Dantan, who, glass in hand, rose to his feet. "Your Royal Highness, ladies and gentlemen, Graustark and Dawsbergen are entering a new era. I pledge you my honor that never again shall the slightest misunderstanding exist between them. They shall go forth to their glorious destiny as one people. Your gracious ruler has seen fit to bestow her hand and affections upon an American gentleman, your esteemed prince consort. We all know how loyally the people have approved her choice. There is one present, a trusted friend of your beautiful princess, and lovingly called in your hearts Beverly of Graustark, whose example more worthy for me to follow than that of the Princess Yetive, with whom could I better share my throne and please you more than with your beloved American protege? I ask you to drink a toast to my betrothed, Beverly Calhoun, the future Princess of Dawsbergen." Every glass was raised, and the toast drunk amidst ringing cheers. The military band crushed out the air so dear to all Americans, especially to Southern hearts. Beverly was too overcome to speak. "You all," she exclaimed. There was a tremendous commotion in the gallery. People were standing in their seats, half frightened and amused, their attention attracted by the unusual scene. A portly negress, totally unconscious of the sensation she was causing, her feet keeping time to the lively strains of music, was frantically waving a red and yellow bandana handkerchief. It was Aunt Fanny, and in a voice that could be heard over all the banquet hall, she shouted, "Good Lord, honey, if dey ain't playin' away down south in Dixie. Hooray! Hooray!" Hours later, Beverly was running, confused and humble, through the halls to her room, when a swifter one than she came up and checked her flight. "Beverly!" cried an eager voice. She slackened her pace and glanced over her shoulder. The smiling, triumphant face of Baldos met her gaze. The upper hall was almost clear of people. She was strangely frightened, distressingly diffident. Her door was not far away, and she would have reached it in an instant later had he not laid a restraining, compelling hand upon her arm. Then she turned to face him, her lips parted in protest. "Don't look at me in that way," he cried imploringly. "Come, dearest, come with me. We can be alone in the nook at the end of the hall. Heavens, I am the happiest being in all the world. It has turned out as I prayed it should." She allowed him to lead her to the darkened nook. In her soul she was wondering why her tongue was so powerless. There were 100 things she wanted to say to him, but now that the moment had come, she was voiceless. She only could look helplessly at him. Joy seemed to be paralyzed within her. It was as if she slept and could not be awakened. As she sank upon the cushion, he dropped to his knee before her, his hand clasping her with a fervor that thrilled her with life. As he spoke, her pulses quickened and the blood began to race furiously. "I have won your love, Beverly, by the fairest means. There has never been an hour in which I have not been struggling for this glorious end. You gave yourself to me when you knew I could be nothing more than the humblest soldier. It was the sacrifice of love. You will forgive my presumption, my very insolence, dear one, when I tell you that my soul is the forfeit I pay. It is yours through all eternity. I love you. I can give you the riches of the world as well as the wealth of the heart. The vagabond dies. Your poor humble follower gives way to the supplicating prince. You would have lived in a cot as the guardsman's wife. You will take the royal palace instead." Beverly was herself again. The spell was gone. Her eyes swam with happiness and love. The suffering her pride had sustained was swept into a heap labeled romance, and she was rejoicing. "I hated you tonight, I thought," she cried, taking his face in her hands. "It looked as though you had played a trick on me. It was mean, dear. I couldn't help thinking that you had used me as a plaything and it made me furious. But it is different now, I see. Oh, so plainly. And just as I had resigned myself to the thought of spending the rest of my life in a cottage away outside the pale of this glorious life. Oh, it is like a fairy tale. Ah, but it was not altogether a trick, dear one. There was no assurance that I could regain the throne, not until the very last. Without it, I should have been the beggar instead of the prince. We would have lived in a hovel after all. Fortune was with me. I deceived you for months, Beverly, my Beverly, but it was for the best. In defense of my honor and dignity, however, I must tell you that the princess has known for many days that I am Dantan. I told her the truth when Christabel came that day with the news. It was all well enough for me to pass myself off as a vagabond, but it would have been unpardonable to foist him upon her as the prince. "And she has known for a week!" cried Beverly in deep chagrin. "And the whole court has known. As blind as the proverb. Thank God, I won your love as a vagabond. I can treasure it as the richest of my princely possessions. You have not said that you will go to my castle with me, dear." She leaned forward unsteadily and he took her in his eager arms. Their lips met and their eyes closed in the ecstasy of bliss. After a long time she lifted her lids and her eyes of grey looked solemnly into his dark ones. "I have much to ask you about, many explanations to demand, sir," she said threateningly. "By the rose that shields my heart, you shall have the truth," he laughed back at her. "I am still your servant. My enlistment is endless. I shall always serve your highness." "Your highness," she murmured reflectively. Then a joyous smile of realization broke over her face. "Isn't it wonderful?" "Do you think your brothers will let me come to Washington now?" he asked teasingly. "It does seem different, doesn't it?" she murmured, with a strange little smile. "You will come for me?" "To the ends of the earth, your highness." End of chapter 31. End of Beverly of Graustark by George Barr McCutcheon.